They're alive.
We are Venom.
Behave yourself.
That was a good Arnold voice.
Darida. God damn, he tore that boss apart.
Hello, everybody. How's it going today? I just got the tweet live. Do me the favor, go give it some love. I've also got a couple of announcements to make. Let me grab today's sauce. Deontay, I am not gonna have the time today. Okay. Oh, that's really weird. Okay. Think we're good to go. Get this party started. Hello, everybody. Here is today's artwork. Do me the favor, go give it some love. Go give the artist the love. There we go. Be edited for both sides of the equation. I'll probably say this throughout the stream, but as I said before, I have a couple of announcements to make. The first of which is I am going to be switching my VODs to the CAD Plays channel. Let me actually get you guys a link to that. That is my alternate YouTube channel. The entire reason that I'm doing that, and I've kind of talked about this at least once before on stream, but essentially I realized that basically the algorithm does not like live streams. And so as a result, it has really been shafting some of my videos of late. I'm not going to say like it's all like some of the videos poor performance is like all on that. It's not, but I need to be doing everything I can to try to help the videos. And I don't believe that that does help it. So here is the link. Actually, hold on. Let me do this. Gonna type it right there. I am going to pin it over. Excuse me, in that, and I'm going to do the same for YouTube if I can. Okay, looks like that did work. I'm going to pin it over here. But yeah, so what does that mean? That means that all of my live streams for the YouTube will now be on that channel after this stream going forward. I know it's short notice, but it's been something I've been looking into on the back end, and I wasn't really ready to pull the trigger until today. So Yeah, for those of you guys that have already subbed to it, it's the channel that I used to use to post some of my variety videos to. We're going to be, like I said, switching that to VOD storage and live streams. And therefore, it will get it off the main channel and it won't negatively impact all of my normal videos with the live stream algorithm. So it should help it quite a bit more. So again, if you guys haven't already, go check it out, go sub to it, because otherwise, you guys know how YouTube live streaming works. You're not going to get any notifications, and the switchover is going to be effective immediate as of the next stream. The other announcement I'm going to make is I'm going to be doing a collab this week. We are actually going to be playing some Marvel Rivals with Chaldea Gurus, Kawaii 5-0, Simon IV. Let me check the other members here. And GNA reviews. Wait, let's see. Yeah, I think I don't. I don't know if that's all of us. I don't know if there's a sixth or not. I assume there is, though. But we're gonna be doing that. So, again, like I said, I've got the new VODs channel and I've got a collab coming up this week. I will be doing still, obviously, banner review, and I'd like to get these Salter rolls in, staying ahead of the game, because this week is just packed. And even after I'm done with banner review, I have other videos I need to be getting made, and I would like to get them all made before I get into my tax season crunch here next. Well, I say next month, but usually they start raising our hours towards the end of January. Okay, let's go ahead and let's spend some AP down, get things going. Looking forward to the Bonsi review vid. Yeah, it's really funny because they did just drop updated live stream terms for JP, which again, like I had it linked to me. It's no big deal. This is something that I've already just kind of been going like, well, I don't care, right? Like it just is what it is. I've had people ask me like how I haven't been hit by them. The only answer that I can say is if you look at the spirit of what they're saying as you go through their live stream like terms and stuff, they are talking a whole lot about story and spoilers, and that's what they don't want. But interestingly enough, one of the things that they do say is Bond CEs. When we do a Bond CE review, like I said, I'm going to end up sort of like pooling them and aggregating them. I'm not gonna try to like sit there and like go through the actual text of the Bond C and what it means and all that stuff. So I don't expect that video is going to run into any sort of issue, as all of my other content hasn't either. So it's just been a relatively like easy thing in that regard for me, because I've never really been a big guy for spoilers. If anything, I've tried to protect you guys from them. Yakumo, thank you for the 51. Shadow Cage, thank you for the 4. Ahado, thank you for the 36. Thank you for the 3 years, my dude. Appreciate it. Arch, thank you for the 33. ACH, thank you for the 13. Appreciate you guys. And Jumanji, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Serious quick up Bonzi is S tier, obviously. Yeah, like I said, it's not like it's going to be very difficult to actually group most of them. Most of them are very straightforward and very obvious as to whether or not they're good. I think there will be some interesting ones, and it's going to depend on it precisely how that thing works, because I did talk about that before, that like technically some of the Bonzis do not stack, and I'm wondering if they're going to change that. We'll just have to see. But this is again where, when I was talking about things that they need to improve for 2025, one of the things was Bonzis themselves. And that's definitely within that same purview of they need to go over the Bonzis, they need to give them a once over and say, how can we actually make these Cs less ass? And I think some of that is going to be, again, like, does it conflict with the servants existing kit. Like if you have a unique skill like guts, does your bond C also have a guts? If it does it stack? Or is it literally just another guts that is unique and not going to apply? This is sort of the problem that you run into whenever you deal with these things, and it's one of the things that I think the devs really got to do a better job of. Seeing scammers get scammed and watching them lose their shit, that's always a fun thing, right? Walter's Bond C guts doesn't stack. Yep. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that they haven't like actually buffed Kualter's guts to be stackable with other sources. So can they pick him up by way of the Bond CE? To me, that's less of a buff and more of just a quality of life improvement if they do something like that. So I hope they do. I hope they actually go through and they look at that stuff. A few more fights where it's possible to use them in. I mean, technically, you could always use instant death Cs, right? But like, it's not that they become unusable. It's just that the fight itself doesn't really lend itself to instant death, and this is usually the case with like just about any single servant fight. Anything that you're fighting that's a boss usually does not have a high chance of you actually instant death proccing it. So, do you want to take an instant death C in? In my opinion, no, not really. Like if you're just farming, sure, why not? But when you're actually looking at something like that, I don't know. Hello, Katana. How's it going? Because that's not how it works, basically. Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem I think that's facing them at this point in time. They desperately need to re-examine that sort of stuff and actually make it good. Hello, John. How's it going? Grand Shiki will really care though. I'm gonna say in general, if you're in a fight where you're able to use the grands, death proc is probably not going to be a good thing, right? I'm just gonna tell you guys that's probably not something you want to try to take against a boss fight. Does that mean that they should review instant death and how it works in the game? Yes, they absolutely should. I don't know why they haven't in that regard. But it is what it is, right? Like to me, that doesn't necessarily fall under the purview of the Bond Cs and more just under the purview of a general like, hey, this mechanic could use some improvement overall for the entirety of the game, rather than just like, hey, this one specific CE needs a tweak. I don't think the solution's there for that. I think I'd much rather see them make some sort of blanket solution. I'm blurry again. Well, that's because I'm being censored because they know how inappropriate I am. Here, let me double check it. It's probably the other day when I had the driver failure, it probably reset my camera. Actually, I know I had to deactivate and reactivate my camera, so that probably did it. Yep. Sure enough. Okay, there we go. That should be better. Is it Windows 11? No, this is my streaming rig. Like my camera, my actual like video camera has always had this issue. Always. Anytime there's any sort of like reset of the camera, it just does not preserve settings and it will immediately go back to whatever it defaults to. And there's just nothing I can do to do anything about it. Okay. Ludicrous Ultra spurned me on an A. JP, she came right away. That's usually how it works. I feel like the servers are always polar opposites for me. If a unit comes easy on one server, they are absolutely atrocious on the other. I don't know why. That's just how, like, my luck has always gone. I think the only exceptions to that are, as I've said before, like the sabers in general just are really, really nice to me. And I mean, like, the class, like the actual saber class, is just really good to me. Picker from the SSR ticket. That's true. That is something. When you have a permanent unit like that, you may be able to do something. But keep in mind, there's not like you might already at that point want something else, for instance. Came out with all the 5 stars in MP2 Ibuki. Damn, that's not bad. Like, I gotta say, and this is something that I think like taints people often, because in FGO I see such like, usually I see a lack of perspective from people. Here, hold on, chat. There we go. And the reason why is because usually people haven't rolled enough within the system to actually understand it. So you see people, it's like they get lucky and they get a unit in like 100 quartz or less, and then they expect it like that's the norm. And then they begin to expect it like every time. And I'm not saying you did, just that like it's really funny because you see people get like super lucky and then they begin to like mauled when they don't get super lucky every time. And then vice versa, I see people that are like, again, like the like, oh my god, like this is more than 300 quartz, I can never go more than this, like screw hitting pity is not even a thing, nobody can hit pity. And like they have this attitude and you're just like, what do you mean nobody can hit this? Like you guys can see, again, my JP has like nothing left in the tank at this point, but that's after saving up for months and months and months and actually having enough to hit pity. Like quite literally before Phantasm Moon, when I rolled right there, I had over 900 quartz saved up. So it's one of those deals where you're just like, yeah, people say that you can't actually hit this, but I just hadn't rolled in 3 months, and that was literally enough to hit the pity. And that's really all it normally takes most of the time. People just don't have chill, they don't have patience, and they don't have the wherewithal to actually hold back and save for some of this stuff. I did do the Arthur pickup that was here. I did do I think I did do Umu's first 2. I gotta do, I guess, another one, which is funny because like I can do them all right now because her stuff is available, even though I just rolled her yesterday and I haven't leveled her up and I haven't bonded her yet. So it's like, it's just a factor of, oh, I can do it purely because the actual thing has made it available. Is that the right one? That is the right one. And as you can see, I am bonding her currently at the moment. But what will be, will be. With me, it was 12,000 or 1,200 course for New Year's. Oh yeah, absolutely. Bro, people suck, Cad. They will complain endlessly online rather than play the game. Yeah, I understand it to a degree. As somebody that works a desk job, like I surf like social media quite a bit. So I get it, right? Like when you're stuck at work and you've got nothing better to do than discuss things, that often leads to people getting like super combative. But yeah, like I don't really understand it either. You guys know me. I think there's like key things to complain about in FGO. I think there are things that need to be better, but I think there's also like the flip side where people are just constantly negative and they don't ever give the game any credit. They don't think the game has like any redeeming qualities, or they're just salty because they ended up like the gacha didn't favor them, and so now they just want to be angry at the world and ruin things for everybody. I don't really get it, but it's just the way that some people are. I guess I shouldn't say I don't get it. I get it, I just don't agree with it. Do I know of any that are worse? You'll have to forgive me. I have no idea of what you're referencing. My personal worst streak is going 2,700 quartz without a copy. But that was pre-pity days, so. Did I discuss the 2025 servant silhouettes and who the servants may be? No, I usually don't. Like, we could take a look at them and I could like talk about it a little bit, but I don't go too deep into like conjecture, usually due to spoiler reasons, if nothing else. Huh? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Some of chat was old enough to be around for it. Those were the made altar rolls. It was 4,700 quartz total to NP5 her. And the one copy is basically what threw it out. And it's because while I had 5 copies of Made Altar, I had 7 spooks for a total of 12 SSRs. So the SSR rate wasn't bad. It was the spook rate that just absolutely cooked me. Mid Altar was rough on Cat? It was. FGO's Gacha used to have some pretty notorious tales. It did, and any of the original whales that were around from back then, like we all have stories. We all know. Like nowadays, it's so much easier. I really think that like. I'm not going to say like people have no right to complain, right? But I really think people don't understand the depth to which like some people went originally. And that's why like again like I've said it before, but like having the pity extension to additional copies is so valuable. I don't even think a lot of people realize it because a lot of people just go like, I'm just going to get the one copy. I'm free to play. I'm just going to get that, get out, and that's it. And like that sort of thing doesn't really apply to them. But to anybody that has ever wanted to roll even a second copy, that change can be potentially huge for you. So all it takes is one really bad streak for you to go like, oh crap, what do you mean pity doesn't apply anymore? And that's why, like, again, those of us that know, and I'm cognizant that like every time I roll MP5 on NA, they're like, oh yeah, sure, the first copy is protected by pity. After that, it's the Wild West. We're out to pasture. We know that we are literally liable to just get fleeced at any given moment. Varied stories of 4 quartz per roll during the first year. Yeah, that was on JP. Thankfully, NA never had that. And that was just oof. Do we have an idea on when LB 7.2 will come out? Yes, that's literally the NA news. They just announced this earlier today. It's going to be coming out on the 15th. Here, let's pull it up just so that everybody believes me and nobody thinks that I lied. Which a little bit earlier than we were expecting, but mostly because we expected they would still try to pad a little bit for time. They didn't. They totally like rushed this in this regard. It's perfectly fine. There's no issue with it. And it's definitely the reason that they brought Nito Alter faster. But yeah, just for confirmation right here, guys. So again, 1:15 at 0 o'clock PST. So basically that's going to end up being like 4 a.m. 4 a.m. EST. Wait, sorry, 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Right? Am I dumb, or are there 4 time zones or 3? Feel like there's 4. Is it 3 a.m.? Okay, sorry. There you go. Yeah, wait, so 0. Okay, yeah, because 0, 1, 2, and then 3. Yeah. I think they're just making sure Saber Medusa release won't be an issue with the anniversary GSSR, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't think this necessarily applies to that. Like, part of this, don't get me wrong, they are going to still accelerate things, like just like you're saying, for the exact reason that you're saying. But I think part of the reason you're getting this so much earlier is just due to the fact that they had major issues with the LB 7.2 release on JP. People were pissed about this. It actually got confirmed to get delayed. It was a huge embarrassment for the devs. They had to come out and publicly apologize over it. It's one of the few times that that's like ever happened in the history of FGO. So they didn't want that to be a thing. They wanted to make it like as seamless as possible. Again, like chat, I was not fast to clear it. I finished and still had like, I don't know, what was it like basically a good 2 to 3 weeks still remaining. So it just is what it is. Was it 3 or 4? Yeah, I can't freaking remember, right? But didn't they give us a banner in the new JP campaign? They're not done doing all the sabers yet, so that'll still potentially be a thing. And they have said like even then, like they are going to have some of the units come out later. Like for instance, they didn't do all the archers right away, so it just I assume they'll come out with them when they will. Like you're still gonna get a banner. The only question is when. That's why we had the Tez breaks FGO memes. Yeah. I mean, for me personally, Tez breaks my capture card. Well, not Tez, but LB7 at least. There's too many sabers. I wouldn't say that. Like I said, they split at least the archers. I don't know that they split the rulers. I think the rulers, that's all of them, but that's just because rulers in general are not a very populous class. And if things are to be believed, the next ordeal call is probably a ruler ordeal call. So, like, you could expect a lot of rulers coming up soon. Venus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Cad's capture card in the underworld right now. Pretty much. By the way, can you use quadruple Valkyrie in a team? Just came to my mind while I was trying to level them. Yes, in theory you can. Should you? Probably not. But is it awesome and should you do it for the meme? Absolutely. What classes were the last ordeal calls? I'm not going to get into it too much just for spoiler reasons, because there is like some, stuff there. But needless to say, this upcoming one should be ruler. You can even use quintuple. Wait. Can you? Oh, the land. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was like sitting there thinking like, hold on, no, because you can't have a second support. Like my brain just immediately died. I don't know why. I guess I've had a long day. When it decides to come down here for a visit, I see. I just wish they'd bring the next part earlier than they have, because this has been just a week of dead period. I mean, I'm okay with that. It's funny because like I was looking at some of the comments on the how to improve FGO video, and like some of the people were remarking that they didn't feel like the event pacing was actually an issue. That's perfectly fine. I just want to say this. Like, if you don't feel like the event pacing is an issue, that's okay. To a lot of people, it is. And a lot of people disagree as to how it's an issue. So, to me, it just is what it is. But personally, I feel like having some dead time is still a good thing in the game. I've seen other people like also kind of echo that sentiment that like, yeah, you don't want constant ball to the wall events and stuff like that. Meanwhile, some people do. Like some people are used to the old way that FGO was, and they want constant things to do. They don't like the fact that the game has actual dead periods. And like, I can't really say that they're wrong. Like, it's just, it's absolutely like different priorities for people, and like people having different things they want to get out of the game, right? How soon they're dropping the first bunch of archers on JP? We really don't know because they're doing it on a weekly rotation, and this first week was basically a huge batch of saber banners. So like we know it'll happen sometime in January, but like when, I don't know. What to do or how to focus my account? Yeah, I think that's like perfectly fine. Again, chat, just a friendly reminder, you have like 3 days left on your New Year's panel missions on NA. I think JP has 1 day less than that. I can't see it right there. Oh my god, I didn't even touch anything and it immediately... I guess it thought I touched the node. Okay, let's go grab the Berserker Embers. Oh my god, hold on, let's go faster. I have an ember problem, chat. I'm addicted to them. I want all of them. When will we get a new event in JP? We are having a live stream on the 11th, I believe. I don't think you'll get a new event precisely then, but you will probably get the announcement of one. Whether or not they do it right then, we'll see. They definitely could like go straight into like an early Valentine's Day, but I don't think they're gonna do that. They're probably gonna run like something else, which every once in a blue moon we actually get like again like a collab in January, but I don't necessarily see it being something like that because I feel like if they were gonna do a collab, they'd be telegraphing it a little bit more. So we'll just have to see. Oh, that's right. I'm totally free. I like the current thing that we talked about yesterday on JP, the new Evocation Festival and how that is adding a how do I put it, like another chance to like double experience boost your Evocation Festival units means that like my grails just became hella free and I'm perfectly fine to do whatever the heck I want with them, which means that I can now just like bull rush, absolutely bull rush my MHXA. What's my next 120 after MHXA? I don't know. That's a difficult one. Maybe double X, but I'll have to look because it's going to be my extra slot and I just don't know who to use for my extra slot, if that makes any sense. Arcade collabs happening right now for Korea. Nice. Also, chat, did the message unpin itself? Because I can't see it anymore. The YouTube one I still see. Not there, no? God. All right, just another friendly reminder. I'm going to have to do this multiple times throughout the stream. But I will be getting a new VODs channel effective tomorrow. Go subscribe to it right now, especially if you like to watch the streams on the YouTube side. Because all of the YouTube live streams will be switching over to that channel. Could hold until Zerctoria. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a thing, right? Like, we're going to be getting a lot of grails over the next year. So it's like, I'm not too worried about that so much as like, who do I actually wish to target? If that makes any sense. What channel? The one that I just linked. Also the one that should be pinned to the top of chat. And mods, do me a favor and try to like keep repinning that message if it comes off. Actually, there may be a way to like, can I tell it like how long to pin? Well, see, that's weird because it says manually unpinned or end of stream. So I don't freaking know. I changed the duration already. Oh, okay, there you go. I was gonna say, it's like, how the heck did? It's like, how did it become unpinned in the first place if that was already the setting? But yeah, that's basically going to be the new VODs channel. I have to apologize to everybody in the YouTube side that does like to watch the live streams. I know change is difficult and I will be switching it over, but as I mentioned before, it's just another YouTube subscription. It doesn't cost you guys anything. It's free, right? The big reason I'm doing it is because of the algorithm. The algorithm does not like live streams, so we're just going to basically export it to a new channel. And that'll also actually make it easier for me. Again, I've been trying to pay the editors, and the editors are going to be doing some work for me here. So I would like to actually get some of that separated so that it's easier for me to figure out where revenue is coming from type deal. Done. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, the new channel is not like a YouTube partner yet, so I have no idea how that's going to impact the channel itself. Probably means I'll not be able to monetize it at first. I have no worries about the watch hour requirement, but I think it does require 1,000 subscribers. That's not going to happen overnight. So again, if everybody can help me out and actually go subscribe to it, that'll help that get monetized at some point. But it is what it is. New VOD channel, yeah, we're converting the old channel that I used to have for like variety content that I hadn't used very much into the VOD storage channel. So I'm not gonna like delete the old VODs or anything. They'll still stay on the channel that they're currently on, but like pretty much effective immediately after this stream, we're gonna be switching over. So. Tiamat and then Ask and Zerctoria. Yes. Ash also always forgets. Standard is 20 minutes if you don't change it, which is fine for like most things. But yeah, I myself am guilty of it too. So it's fine. Well, I start doing community game nights. I mean, we've kind of done some of them, but yeah, I need to do more, right? Like to me, I'm not doing enough on that end of things. The difficult nature that is FGO, and probably to a degree, one of my biggest annoyances with FGO in general is the fact that it does consume like so much of your time as a content creator. Like, for instance, like, okay, I've got numerous things I want to do today. I have to start by logging in, doing a bunch of my AP. Then we've got to roll. Then I've got to make the video that I want to make and like get all of that out. Sometimes it's really easy and it doesn't require too much. Other times, though, like for instance, again, I got the request to do the collab this week, and I had to actually stop and like ask myself, can I do this? And thankfully I can without any interference. But like, I had to sit there and think about that, and the fact that I have to sit there and think about that is one of the problems that we have. It's just at any given point, FGO can like basically turn on a dime and require us to like put out content, and it really kind of just sucks in that regard. But this is technically no different than any other game. I do feel like most other games, though, usually do a good job of like telegraphing when stuff is coming. So like, for instance, with Marvel Rivals has already announced their upcoming season. They've already previewed a bunch of the stuff. So like content creators can already like start gearing up for that. They know it's going to be a thing. At least with regards to like LB7 Part 2, well, okay, I now have a date for that. I know when that'll start to occur. But when a banner is going to drop, I mean, I might know that stuff for NA, but I'm not going to know anything with regards to JP. JP is always like, your guess is as good as mine. We can all sit there and try to like formulate some sort of theory for when they're gonna do something. Is your new vid CAD plays? Just checking in. That's what it sends me to. Yeah. That's gonna be the new channel to watch the live streams from. Invisible Woman altar. Bro, Invisible Woman's so hot. You guys know that shit's right up my alley, right? I don't even have to talk about that. Okay, back into the mines for embers. Oh, I actually have some teapots. I probably need to use those. But will I start doing more of like community stuff? I'd like to. I need to like refocus my efforts on content creation this year. I've let a lot of stuff slip. There's been reasons for that. Like, my hope is to keep going strong and to go strong into tax season and to come out of tax season still with, you know, like most of the gears functioning. But that's always kind of the issue I have. It feels like Marvel Rivals made in China is single-handedly reviving interest in Marvel currently. It absolutely is. Because, and I'm going to say this, right? Like, the fact of the matter is that Marvel Rivals is at least returning back to some of the good old days of comics. You know what I'm talking about, chat. Some of the original character designs, some of the things that absolutely wouldn't fly in today's day and age. And that, I think, has people very excited and very optimistic, on top of the fact that the game is actually just generically fun. So at the end of the day, I think it's a really, really good thing that they're doing it. And I think it's breaking that boring, same old Marvel like formula that they had been dealing with. Good old Psylocke. Yep, it basically started with Psylocke. Like, I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, Marvel had become pretty like just neutered in a lot of ways and did not want to like it wanted to push boundaries, but not in the way that like the majority wanted them to push the boundaries in, right? Like, it felt like a lot of what Marvel was doing was pandering rather than actually like, hey, you know, it'd be cool if you revived some of the popular comics that people really like and actually adapt those stories. No, we're just going to keep on doing what we want to do. I'm not saying that like some of the movies that are coming out aren't based off the old comics. They are, but I do think that they're kind of twisting them and adapting them to their newer cinematic universe that has definitely had some marketed changes from the original way that the comics went. And I'm going to say this right now. I think it's the ultimate folly of really any sort of media, be it shows, movies, video games, you name it. But when you're remaking an old thing, this hubris that people have where they say, oh no, we're going to change it because we think we can do it better now. We think we can suit it more to the modern audience. We think that basically it doesn't need to be the old way that things were. The way that made it literally popular is just so stupid to me. They feel like they have to do something different, that it won't please the fans somehow if they don't. And like I said, it's pure hubris. I saw this same argument used with things like like The Hobbit and stuff like that. With I'm trying to think of like some of the more recent examples of it. My brain is just like frying here, right? But yeah, like just a idea that, oh yeah, we have to change it. We can't leave it the way things were. And I'm like, you don't get it, because when you're a fan, you just want to see it one-to-one adapted. Okay? And then when you bring your friend, you're telling them about how awesome it's going to be. Okay? And they also think that it's going to be one-to-one adapted. But then it's not, because it's actually like 1-to-2 adapted. It literally just morphs into this new thing. And as a result, both you and the friend are kind of just going like, what the heck, man? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Because this is not what I expected. And inevitably, it gets turned into something that wasn't what you fell in love with originally. You hope as a fan that this 1-to-2 adaptation is not a 1-to-2, but it's more like a 1.1 or like a 1.2 adaptation, so that it's so close. Yeah, they tweaked some stuff, but it's so close to the original. But the reality is, in a lot of cases, it's not the original at all, and they've totally warped what it originally was. And like I said, they feel like, yeah, the Final Fantasy VII remakes are actually a great example of this. Like, oh, we must tell a different story than the original because it will bore the fans if we don't. Meanwhile, every fan feels like let down by that. They're just like, fuck, man. Like, all I wanted to see was like the thing that I grew up loving, and I just wanted to see it adapted faithfully into like newer technology, newer mediums, newer qualities. That's it. That's all they wanted. And they hope to be able to like get other people interested in it, and then it just doesn't pan out the exact way it's supposed to. It means a dead husk by fucking drones. Yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is, right? Like, I'm not going to say that there's like no reason to pander to a more modern audience, that there's no reason to like try and modernize an IP, right? However, I'm just going to go ahead and say that I feel like a lot of that has gone political, and removing all of those considerations from it, I feel like they try to hide behind, oh, we're modernizing it, and instead it does become that stuff. When the reality is, in order to modernize it, again, it's like the difference between changing a landline depiction of something, so like an actual like telephone, right? Like a landline into a cell phone, right? That's modernizing something. That's not a hugely significant change. Like if you do that, people are just gonna be like, oh yeah, it is what it is. Like it makes perfect sense. They're just adapting it to modern times. As opposed to when you're like wholesale changing the characters, you're wholesale changing the story, you are completely changing the morals that are supposed to be present in the tale. Like, yeah, no, I'm sorry, you're not modernizing it. You're claiming that you are, but you're subverting it, if anything. The Superman phone booth issue. Yeah, so that's actually a great one. Like in all the modern superhero movies now, they like run into a bathroom, they run into a back alley, they just, oh, because there's no longer a phone booth for me to like change in. Now I'm going to go somewhere else where I can change, right? You forgot investors who invest into things they had no idea about and ruin them. I don't even think the investors are really to blame for that. At least to a degree, right? Like I think if you look at that sort of thing, like ask yourself, if you were an investor and you were investing in something, why would you invest in it? Because you like the IP? If you're investing in something because you like the IP, you're like a shit investor, right? You need to be investing in things that you think are actually going to have a good yield, a good return on your investment. End of story. So if an investor is investing in that, odds are that's the reason. They want to see a good return on their profit. So the problem is not necessarily the investor. The problem is who is like actually deciding what to do with the investment and how to actually spend the funds. Those are where the activists lie, and those are where, again, like people are just becoming incredibly dumb with these sorts of things. Kira the Pro, thank you for the follow. You're not investing in good faith, you're investing in good profit. Exactly. Got to get that product placement in. I mean, product placement's been in like movies pretty profoundly since the 80s. I want to say like maybe even earlier than that, but I would struggle to really think of a lot of examples prior to that point. But yeah, like I feel like at least since the 80s, you started to see it way more commonly. And so it's like, oh, you put product placement in your movie. I don't think it's a bad thing unless it's like obtrusive. So like the main character taking a sip of his Coca-Cola, not a problem. The main character stopping, turning to the camera and being like, I love drinking Coke. Like that's, yeah, we get it. Like you're literally ramming it in our face at that point. And like, does that actually happen? Thankfully, no. Like most of the time that doesn't happen nearly that bad. But there have been some times where you feel like the product placement is pervasive throughout the entire piece. And unless it is like some cyberpunk dystopian like corporate hell, you really don't feel like it fits to that degree. Amazing Spider-Man 2's Peter Parker using exclusively Sony items. See, like, the fact that I didn't realize that tells me it's probably fine. Right? Like, did they do it? Yes. Is it a problem? Not really. The Sonic movie in Olive Garden? Wait, like the original Sonic movie? Okay, but yeah, like, isn't it a thing and they keep talking about, like, how he likes to eat the breadsticks and stuff, right? Like, I don't know. Like, if you turn it, I'll be honest, if you turn it into comedy, I have way less of a problem with it. When you don't, then I have a problem with it. Like, when you actually do comedy, it's like, okay, at least you alleviated the burden that was there. Someone that cares. These people aren't, the big companies are using their shit. So like I said, like, I've seen people say like, oh, the problem is the board. Okay, the problem is usually not the board, because what does the board want? It's the same thing. The board just wants like good return on investment. The board just wants literally good performance of whatever the heck they're actually trying to invest in. So are they the problem? No, it's usually whoever's like lying to the board because the board actually doesn't know, and then they bring in someone that they think does know, and then that person lies through their teeth and says this is what the people want, and then it's absolutely not what the people want, and then the IP gets ruined, and then like they go like, I don't know, it was the world that was the problem. It was like racist or sexist or, you know, like something in addition to it. And they never stop and like actually self-examine and go like, is it me that was the problem? Did I actually just come up with a terrible idea for like a movie or a video game? And then the answer is yes, that was in fact the answer. It was just a terrible, horribly executed thing. And usually, again, this is where like a lot of the things have been lumped on the writers. People are saying that the writers are really bad. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think a lot of the writers are bad. Now, hear me out on this. When people get really upset, they have a tendency to blame the writers. Why? Well, because the script is what the problem is. But I don't think that means that the writers are like some sort of talentless hack. I think it's that the writers are getting told what to write. I think it's quite literally, again, like the studio heads, the actual like directors of the video game and stuff, like behind the scenes. They have an agenda they want to push, and it's either coming from that or it's coming from some sort of like, so there are some cases where like investors are the problem, and that's usually when you get these like hyper activist like investors. So we've seen this with video games here recently with was it like BlackRock and some of the others, where they're actually saying like, hey, you must put these DEI things in your game or we will not give you funding. That is to say, if you want more funding, you need to put more DEI stuff in. Does that mean that, like, all of the developers of the video game disagree with that? No, it doesn't. But I do think that's where it starts to become instead of making a good video game, you're now making an agenda. And it causes huge issues at that point. So it's the same thing, I think, with like a movie behind the scenes. You've got the studio head and he's also trying to secure funding, like say the producer or something like that. And they're getting people pushing for like, hey, can you do this? Hey, can you do that? It's not that they wouldn't necessarily do it, but what's lost in the process is the professionalism, is the actual art that they are trying to make something truly artistic and of value. And instead it's gone the way of, hey, now we're just wanting the funding. And that's really all this is about. And it results in just an inherently crap product. It's what keeps happening over and over and over again, as we see. And so that's where, like, again, like, I think you can look at that and you can see really all it takes is like one of these people in a position to make these decisions to have just really bad priorities, and then all of a sudden it just turns the entire product to crap. Bro went to a different restaurant once and died. The board caves way too easily to pressures from legacy media, which is a big issue. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. You say like legacy media, right? I think for the past like decade, people have cared way too much what gets said on Twitter, and you can see this just by virtue of like how companies react to it. So it's like it's very much the same degree. It's companies in general just cave way too quickly to any sort of pressure. That being said, the whole reason they cave is because you can tell whenever they're pushing an agenda, whenever they're trying to do something, they don't actually care about it. It's they think people care about it, and that's the only reason that they're doing it, because they think that there's a buck to be made there. So it's very much the same degree, and that's why they quickly cave, is because they're just basically realigning their corporate morals with whatever they think can earn them the most money. So the company is never sorry. The company just is sorry that you caught them, and they wish to make more money, so that's why they're apologizing. Right? Like, it's kind of like the kid that gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Is the kid sorry that he tried to steal a cookie? No. The kid is sorry he got caught. The kid literally will try to steal it again the second your back is turned, unless you threaten them that you're going to take away all the cookies. So it's very much the same degree. The company doesn't actually care. They just want more money, and they will do whatever it takes to get that money, including completely realigning themselves. Unless it's the Star Wars sequels. Well, the Star Wars sequels are the classic example of here's what happens when you have a person in power that has an agenda and bad priorities, because that's Kathleen Kennedy. If you know anything about Kathleen Kennedy, you should know that she is terrible for Star Wars. As long as the company was financially stable, you were good. Yeah, like I said, the way I was taught back in school was that I was taught that, again, if you're a member of the board, if you're the CEO or the CFO or any of these people, you have a fiduciary duty to the company, and you are meant to try and not necessarily get the biggest growth and the biggest earnings, but instead you have a duty to foster that company to the next CEO, to the next CFO, to the next board. And really, you're just taking care of the company and trying to make it successful in the process. But it's more about taking this approach that actually allows it to continue on going almost in perpetuity. Obviously, that can't work with every company, but that is your goal as a board. Instead, what we have a lot now these days are like these get-rich-quick schemes, and we have CEOs that are now actually having like, again, these golden parachutes that they get fired, and realistically like these extra payment incentives for performance. And so what do? Well, they keep doing get rich quick schemes because that's all they really want in the end. It's just, hey, the people actually are setting that because that's what they want. They want to pay the CEO more if the company is highly successful. So that's all the CEO tries to do, is make the company in the short term highly successful, no matter what the long-term impact and costs are. And this is why when you look at something like, say, again, like Nintendo, where their CEO said like, hey, yeah, we know COVID's here and we could totally fire the people just like everybody else is. No, we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to keep them on throughout COVID because we feel like we'll come out of this, and on the back end of it, we will be a stronger company for it. So we're going to take a short-term loss to come out of this way stronger. And what happened? That's exactly what happened. When like 2022 rolled around, Nintendo was already firing on all cylinders again. Meanwhile, every other video game company was sitting there going like, oh no, we're still super delayed due to COVID. And like Nintendo just came out of it smelling like a rose. So it's pretty much the exact example there of like, yes, if you actually make the correct decision for the long term, your company benefits from it. People don't seem to understand that because, again, their goal is not basically doing right by the company. Their goal is doing right by their own wallet. A lot of big games fail. Yeah, I mean, look, I've seen people say like, oh, like video games, movies and stuff. It's like, oh, they've always had politics in them. And it's like, they have, but there is nothing wrong with like in-universe politics, right? So for instance, like, is Game of Thrones political? Fuck yes, it is. But does any of this really apply to like real world modern like narratives? No, not really at all. Like, only timeless things like, again, the value of like family and standing by the one that you love and, like basically keeping your word, that sort of stuff like that. None of like the more modern approach of like, oh, you can't say these things, you can't treat people these ways, like none of that, because none of that needs to apply to that world, which is functionally medieval fantasy. So it's the same sort of deal. It's like people will sit there and they will try to like apply a modern lens to an ancient thing, and it's like you don't really need to. There's no real point to it. The singles still act like COVID affects them. I don't think they are. Like, we haven't heard them trot out a COVID excuse in a long time, so I don't think that's the problem, right? Instead, I think it's, well, LaSingle is just having hiring issues. Would you like to know the reason why LaSingle is having hiring issues? I can tell you flat out, because that one's like, what's up for debate is are they actually having a hiring issue? And how much, if so? That's up for debate, okay? What isn't up for debate is the reason why this would be occurring. The reason why is because LaSingle is what is now known as, and you VTuber fans will know this, it is what is known as a black company. That's not a racist term. It's literally, it means you are a bad company to work for. You are a company that treats your employees poorly. This happened due to two factors. One, just in general, the slog of working in a gacha game. And two, the Sakura Wars debacle that had them basically ending up mistreating a ton of employees, canning the project, and firing the director of that game. That stigma, even though it happened under Delightworks, has carried on to LaSingle because literally LaSingle is Delightworks' game development section. Like, everybody knows it. You can change the name, but the smell is still there, right? So, are they having issues hiring people? Yeah, probably. Because, like, you have to overcome that negative stigma. When you know that's a thing, this is why they gave like the office tour. They showed you all the amenities. They said like, look how good we are. Again, that whole reason was not for you, chat. They didn't show you guys the studio. They showed prospective hirees the studio. That's why they did that. And it was all to make it seem like, hey, look, LaSingle is a good company to work for. Look at all the things we will provide for you. That's why. They're trying to offset that reputation. Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, I love FGO. I'm not saying, like, FGO is bad because of that. I'm saying that's why if they have a hiring issue, that's why they have one. Aniplex sold the pocket strings, doesn't give them enough to hire. I mean, I think that's up for debate, right? Like, because we don't actually know if it's an Aniplex issue or if it's a Sony issue or if it's a Type Moon issue or if it's like a LaSingle issue. And LaSingle, like the people in charge of hiring in LaSingle just simply don't want to offer, right? So we don't know, but we can guess that that's probably the case. It's called Bridge. Yeah. I've heard that before. Like, look, at this point, people are starting to use DEI like it's a buzzword. I don't think necessarily the goals of DEI are what's bad. It's how people implement it. Like, do you want like some form of equality in the workplace? Should you treat everyone respectfully and fairly? Yes. And I hate to say it, you don't need some stupid, shitty like again, like acronym in order to actually have that. It's just a means to an end for those people in order to achieve it, but people have started to go way overzealous with it, right? Did they change the LB7 Part 2 release date? Not changed, but they officially announced it for the 15th. Japan gave up the Weeb audience? I completely disagree with that. That makes zero sense. Completely. And, all right, chat, I'm about to say something. Y'all probably not gonna like me for this. The idea that China has captured the weeb audience is a complete fabrication that China wants you to believe. Because the vast majority of people promoting Chinese products are Chinese. And I'm going to give you guys an example of this. And again, people are probably not going to like it. Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong had almost 2 million active players concurrently on Steam when it came out. And everyone was like, oh my God, this game's amazing. It really popped off. Go look at its active concurrent players right now, and you're going to notice something insane. Where'd all those Chinese people go? You know why that number was so high? Because a good chunk of the Chinese populace actually had time off to play it. Literally, they had government programs over there for if you're going to go play this game, you can take time off from work. Did that inflate the numbers? Hell yes, it did. Does that mean that Black Myth Wukong is a bad game? No, it doesn't. And I'm not saying that. But the point is they did it on purpose, basically to pump the numbers to make the game seem like it was really big. I've noticed China just kind of does this from time to time. I'm not blaming individual Chinese people for this or anything like that. This is just something that I think China as a government likes to really put out there, this facade of hey, look how big and important we are. Again, this is the same thing. If people try to talk to you guys about Genshin Impact and how great it's still doing to this day. Chat, I got approached to do a Genshin Impact sponsorship quite literally a couple months back. And they actually, whether or not they realized it, revealed their active number of players to me. And it was not nearly what people think it is. And it made me kind of chuckle when I realized that. Because again, they'll sit there and they'll make you think, oh my God, everyone's playing this game. The reality, no, they're not. People are talking about the game constantly. They're not actually playing the game. And so that's, again, that sort of pervasiveness that they try to go for. It is what it is. And the whole reason why I said people are not going to like this, because I know it's an inconvenient truth for a lot of people. But it just is the truth. And I'm not trying to say this to shit on any of the companies so much as I'm trying to break that veneer, that idea that oh my God, yeah, they've captured the entire weeb audience. No, they freaking haven't. All weebs are still weebs for a reason. They are literally fans of actual anime, actual things that promote that. If you're a Genshin Impact fan, if you are a Black Myth Wukong fan, you are not necessarily a weeb. It doesn't mean you're not a weeb, but it doesn't make you a weeb for liking those things. And I hate to say it, but it's the truth. I do believe also that Japan's gotten too cocky. I don't think so at all. Bulky enemies are going to be a hurdle. Rasputin's not really made to be a major damage dealer. It's a Wukong game with an end, so people eventually get that from the game. It's not like it's a live service. See, you can say that, Farankos, but you do have things again, basically God, why do I keep wanting to say Elder Scrolls? It's not Elder Scrolls, but I guess that one potentially works as well. But Baldur's Gate, right? Baldur's Gate is still a single player game in theory, and people will still keep playing through it over and over and over again. So there is something to be said about replayability. I think that is a major factor with Black Myth Wukong. I don't think it actually has the amount of replayability that some people think it does. But again, I'm not saying Black Myth Wukong's a bad game. But I am pointing out that quite literally, yeah, the general theme is with any of these games, if you go look at them, for instance, take Elden Ring, take Dark Souls, all of them still have a ton of concurrent players. And the reason why, again, it's just that replayability factor that they have, but they're very much in the same genre. So why is it that you don't see Black Myth Wukong being supported to the same degree as, again, an Elden Ring or something like that? I don't know. all I can say is that there clearly was something shady with that, and it is what it is. Maybe China and Korea captured the modern Gacha audience, but definitely not the weeb audience. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I hate to break it to you guys, chat, but Gacha does not make you a weeb. Okay, these two things are not the same. Anime, idols, literally like being obsessed with like figures and Gundam and stuff like that. Like all of that's gonna make you a weeb. Gacha maybe to some degree hinges on this, but Gacha itself is not like the weeb populace. And this is made apparent by, again, if you go look at like again something like Genshin Impact and seeing how many players it has. Quite literally, like a bunch of those players, like Genshin Impact was their first game ever. It's not like like it suddenly won over like a shit ton of weebs, right? Like, yes, there were weebs that played Genshin Impact, but it didn't just create a shit ton of weebs out of nowhere. They were just people that were interested in almost like a Zelda type game. And now here's another shock for you. Just because you play a Zelda game doesn't make you a weeb. And how do I know this? Because I know plenty of like normal people that play video games that do not watch anime, and they will have played like Legend of Zelda and stuff like that. You don't claim raid players? Yeah. Asian games are our last hope if we continue. Oh yeah, like I'm not trying to say that like Asian games, like again, like Chinese games and Korean games are bad. I'm gonna be real with y'all. What the like, I've just thrown a lot of shade. Now let me throw a lot of like hype here. Both Chinese and Korean studios have been popping off a lot lately. I have to give them credit for that. This does not mean that Japanese studios are not popping off at all. In fact, I completely disagree with any assertion to the statement, purely because FromSoft and Capcom exist. And both of them are doing amazing shit still to this day and have been doing amazing shit over this time period. It's just you're noticing China and Korea because they quite literally haven't been there prior to now. Most of the products coming out of China and Korea prior to the past 2 to 3 years, nothing in comparison, really. So yeah, like I do think they've made major strides. I do think you can expect them to be a major player in the future. But do I think that they have like stolen the weeb audience or that they're somehow outshining Japan? Fuck no, I don't think that. I think that's stupid to think that. Yeah, in the same degree, it'd be like saying manhwa's killing manga, and it's like, no, it's not. They're different, right? Like they're similar, but they're different. I feel like the Hoyoverse effect on Gacha games will make other devs do 3D games. We already see this because what do you have? You have Arknight's Infield, you have Azure Lane, Promilla, you have GFL2. So like I think you're already seeing this to a degree, right? But I'm also gonna tell you I think it ends here. Like it's not that you won't see others, it's just that like this really, well, I guess Wuwa, right? But I think you're going to kind of see like it's going to be that batch of them. But all of those are already like Korean and Chinese gacha games. So ZZZ, I mean ZZZ's made by MiHoYo. So if you're saying that MiHoYo influenced MiHoYo, I mean sure, I guess I agree with you. I have no like downside to say about that. I play FGO because I like Fate, not because the gacha games. Yeah, pretty much, right? Like, and I've said this before. I'm the same way. I'm playing Girls Frontline 2 right now. Full disclosure. Do I think I'll play it eternally? No, probably not. I'm playing it for as long as I can before they scare me off by adding a shit ton of extra crap to like busy me. To which they've already tried to do this to a degree. Thankfully, most of it is just like I don't actually have to do it. Because the rewards from it are very minimal. But chat, I don't like gacha games. I like Fate. And this is the truth of the matter. And I know I'm staring at the roll screen and everyone's going to say that I'm lying and stuff like that. It's really the truth of the matter. I never played gacha games before FGO. I have picked up numerous gacha games since FGO. I have never stuck with any of them other than FGO. And usually the reason why I quit a gacha game is I realize just how scummy and time committee the gacha game is. And I just go like, no, I'm good. And I just bail on it. The only gacha Cad likes is the FP gacha. God damn it. I give you 2 weeks of playing Girls Front Line, then quit. I mean, I've already been playing it for longer than that, so it is what it is. Like the one really good thing that GFL2 has going for it is the fact that I can just literally go in and auto my crap. It also has a really neat like AP overflow feature where if your AP caps out, some of it just automatically gets stored up to a certain amount. So like, not gonna lie, pretty nice. FGO would I'm sure like the players of FGO would love to have such a feature. Do I think it's gonna be like good to do? I don't know. Now, chat, I'm about to get some USOs if I roll on this banner, so this is the way that this is, but we gonna do it. I want to see if I can grab me some salters. You know, I would check this button, but this button isn't gonna tell me how many salters I have, so we have to go look. I think I have NP2 on JP. NP2 it is. Yeah, the dispatch upgrades are kind of difficult to get though, because you have to keep just gifting all of your units, and that like requirement just keeps going up. I low-key kind of freaking hate it. Okay, give me 1 second here, chat. I'm attempting to purchase the courts. Now, hopefully the 4-star here comes a little bit nicer, but we'll see. I think it's just Salter. Yeah, that if this had multiple 4-stars, I would not be rolling it. Like, for the exact reason that we talked about before, I really just do not like rolling multiple 4-stars if I don't have to. The summer banners are like, you're just kind of forced to. But any other one, if I can get around it, I'm gonna get around it, chat. I'm not gonna like just keep doing that crap. Because to me, that's like one of the biggest ways that FGO's gacha can currently just fuck you. Is weekly or bi-weekly stuff? Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna have to give them crap because like even going into a node and autoing it like takes time, and so it's like me doing like the PvP stuff, which I technically don't have to do, but it's easy. Takes a little bit of time. Even things like the like again like the guild stuff takes time as well, and I really wish they would let you automate some of that. I understand then you wouldn't have to spend very long in the game, which is exactly why I wish they would let me do it. Like my argument is pretty much the reverse of FGO, chat. In FGO, I totally understand why the devs wanted to take time, and I get that, and I don't hold that against them. But in other gacha games, they literally try to waste your time, even though they know that they have already set up a bunch of stuff not to do so. So, all right, here we go, chat. Cad forgot about the Cad about to get a second NP5 Artoria. I mean, if I do, I do. Cad, were you able to get MLB the new Castoria C? Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Barely though. Like considering we rolled NP5 of the unit, that's kind of wild. Can't really claim I'm free to play on JP this year at this point. I've quite literally rolled just about every single banner that has appeared. So we are back to whale status, only on the wrong server, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. USO farming, indeed. But yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like it's a very, very... Well, I have MLB of Rising Mudrain before ever getting MLB of Black Grail. I am astounded. Like I'm happy to have it because it's a really nice one, but I am astounded that that happened. Because that CE came out like after I had already been playing JP for like 4 or 5 years. So, like, what the hell, man? Your Artorias and Mordreds love it at least. Yeah. Like I said, it's good to have. I'll definitely level 100 that C. So I am happy that I don't have to worry about Rising Mudrain as much anymore. But like, man. BS for saber farming, no. It kind of depends. Like, it's going to result in more, like, wave 3 damage, but it's going to result in a wonkier, like, wave 1 and 2 damage. Like, you'll actually have a damage spike on wave 1 and a damage, like, dearth on wave 2, which is not good. But as long as you have a strong enough unit, you don't really care. Have a burger near you for Salter? Oh, don't worry. I have plenty of junk food. I would trade you some NA Grails for JP Mudrains if I could. You would give me NA Grails? I would gladly take that trade. I would like right now you can have all 5 of my Mudrains for 5 Grails. I literally know where that value is. Oh, Black Grails. Oh, never mind. No, that's worthless to me. I don't need NA Black Grails. I have way too many. NA's rank up quests half cost AP for 27 days. That helps me a ton. I don't think it's all of them. I think it's just certain units. I haven't gotten a Black Grail or a K-Scope on NA in 3 years. I only got MLB BG because of the ticket. Oh yeah, I believe it. Oh my god. See, this CE just came out, and I now have 4 copies of it already. Like, we are going to end up with MLB of a CE that just dropped this year before I get Black Grail. And it's not even on rate up, chat. Yeah, it's like... I freaking hate this game sometimes. Like, in the most like loving way possible, I have to say I freaking hate this sometimes. It's Arts Apex though, so that's good. Yeah, like it's not a bad C. I just like lucky you. Yeah, lucky me. No, I mean, I say that now that I have 4 copies, it'll sit at 4 and I'll never see another one. So still shocked we don't have a permanent taunt C in the gacha. Taunt is one of those things that I think the developers know how strong it is and they just don't want to give it to you. Did you get the Attack Ox Demon C? Yeah, I actually, like, literally the day that C dropped, I got a copy of it. Again, like, this is just how my JP is. My JP is like, oh, new CE? Sweet. Old C? Nah, I don't even know what that is. Unless it's limited 0 over, then I have like 30 of it. Two of all the HP K-scopes the same day it came out. Wild. Yeah, it's like you feel like there's a hidden rate up. And people like, you know, again say like, okay, no, there's not. But the more you know about like the way a gacha game actually works, the more you realize that what happens is there are seeds. And there's nothing like whenever you're dealing with like automated RNG, so not like real life RNG of me like throwing the die, right? Like Instead, like an actual like algorithm that's running in the background. There are seeds to an algorithm, which means that it can be predicted. And it quite literally does mean that in theory, behind the scenes, and this would be a major scandal if it were ever proven, but in theory, it does mean that they could set the algorithm to something. Do I think they do that? No, but I do think there are really interesting times where people just similarly keep getting the same stuff, and I don't really know why. There's a rate down on useful ones. Yeah, I don't know. Alpha Bear, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Imagine two people roll at the same time and compare results. And that would have to assume that you somehow had the exact same seed as each other, which if you didn't, then you wouldn't get the same result. But we have had like numerous instances of people rolling at the same time, quite literally on streams, right? Like where people actually like time it, do the countdown, and do it at the exact same moment. So like, I don't think it's in that regard. Like I think like every player still has their own unique seed, but you almost wonder if there's like a macro seed for the game or something. Siba. All right, there we go. First Salter already. Two more to go. Nexon or the Korean one got caught for that. You talked about Maple Story. I know in Maple Story they were tweaking the rates. Like, I don't think FGO tweaks the rates, really. So much as I wouldn't be surprised if FGO, like, there just are seeds where, like, oh, this is why you keep getting this same craft essence over and over again. Meanwhile, you, like, can't see anything else. God, what the heck was Aurelia doing? What are you talking about? She's standing there, menacingly. Looks at the pity seed sad, pretty much. Didn't the FGO Korean server originally get caught tweaking the rates? They got caught tweaking the rate on a 4-star. It was Gorgon. With the release of LB, or sorry, not LB7, with the release of Singularity 7. And they tried to assert that the difference in the rate was actually a problem with LaSingle, and it was not. And LaSingle called them out on it, basically, if I remember correctly. And they basically got caught red-handed, that they had tweaked it. And it wasn't the first time the Korean server had been caught, because the Korean server had tried to do a bunch of other stuff too, so. And then I believe the Korean server is also the one that tried to give away the Start Dash campaign to everyone. And then I believe the Chinese server is the one that got caught where a active developer account out in the wild that had units that were unreleased on the server at the time. And that dude got fired over it. Oh, the 5-star at every roll issue too? Yeah, I mean, that one's at least like a bug, right? But like, man. Managed by somebody else and they fucked up. Yep. Units like what? When was this? Quite literally, there was a developer account that had Squirtoria and on support and was using her before her release into the game. They got reported and called out for this. They tried to, like, the developer tried to claim that they didn't realize, but people again pointed to the fact that they actually like had put them up on support, which you wouldn't need to do if you're a developer account. So people were like, nah, they just got caught red-handed flexing, and everybody kind of assumed that to be the case. And like I said, the developer, as far as I know, got fired over the issue. Now that is almost a mineral. Not quite a mineral, but almost. Not a single black grail. It happens. Like, do I actually expect there's going to be a black grail here? No. Like I said, for getting a Black Grail, my best shot is actually going to be like rolling Jarcher whenever she gets a manner. But I don't think it'll happen here. Oh, so it was a long time ago then? It was, yeah. Did the developer get banned from FGO? I don't know. It was the developer account, so it wasn't like a personal account of theirs. At least you got 2 Black Grails last year. Indeed. It'll come the moment you expect it the least. Probably. Do I think 7.2 will break in a... No, because I think what usually breaks in A are not the things that like broke JP. I think they know to look for that and they make sure that it gets fixed. I think what breaks in A is things that they don't expect to break in A, and then they go like, oh crap. Like the Ivan example. Yeah, it was the Lightworks back then. Somewhere I still prefer Shimosa's casting character story. Understandable. Like, oh, double-sided. Let's go. One more. Is the EU still trying to ban gacha rolling because they consider it gambling? I'm gonna be real with you. Do you not consider it gambling? Would you let your child play it? I think these are things to think about. Like, is the EU right to ban it? No, I don't agree with that. I think they should just regulate it. I can't even be upset. Like, I can't even be upset. This is literally Artoria being like, you think you can roll on Salter without getting me? Is that your first USO on JP? I believe so. I believe it is. I have not gotten a USO on JP, I don't think. So the fact that it's her, fitting. Appropriate. All right. I don't think I have enough for... I guess I could do singles. No, screw it. Because, like, this is assuming that literally the next roll is going to get her. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, if I do singles and then I won't get her if I do singles, then I will literally have to, like, buy an actual pack. Or I can just buy the actual pack and then she'll probably show up right away. It's stupid, but this is just the way it is, chat. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. That's whatever that is. It's not what I pressed. God damn it. It didn't break going in, it broke it coming out. It literally broke it coming out of LB7. Okay, there we go. All right. One multi in a dream. I yeah, it's she only spooks me in the funny ways. She knows what she's doing. I knew the second that went rainbow orbs that was her. It was not going to be any other saber other than Artoria, and I knew it. I knew it was gonna be her. You thought you could get away with rolling her banner and not get her? Yeah, pretty much. So, infamous story about how I got my first copy of Artoria. My first opportunity to roll her, because, like, I think she had, like, a banner on, like, the launch of the game, and I did not play day one of NA. I played, like, I think I started FGO within, like, the third month of the game. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. There we go. There we go. Back-to-back rolls. Artoria and Salter. But how she literally showed up is my first opportunity to roll for her was actually at Valentine's Day. And I actually skipped over her day because I knew she was a permanent unit and I assumed I would get her by her spooking me. I was naive and stupid at the time. So instead, I chose to roll on John d'Arc, who was the next day, because I basically said, well, I don't even have a ruler in the game yet. Ruler's a really rare class, and at the time, John d'Arc was really good for, like, challenge content. So I was like, okay, we'll skip over Saber, and I'll always have another opportunity to pick her up at some other point if I have to, but I have confidence that she'll spook me. And I rolled on John d'Arc's banner instead, and I literally got down to the point where I had no more Saint Courts left. I had to do my last multi. I do my last multi. The 9th spin of the multi. There it is. Ruler. John d'Arc. The 10th spin of the multi. Literally Saber. And like I said, it was like Saber being like, how dare you skip my day? I'm going to show up anyways. And that's the story of how I got my very first OG Saber. And every single copy of OG Saber on both servers has always been fucking hilarious ever since then. I have never gotten a copy of Artoria that was not some kind of like hilarious meme spook. It always happens this way. And I love it. I love that she does this to me. I would be angry if it were any other character doing it to me, but the fact that it's her makes me laugh so hard. You're gonna unlock OG Sabers of pins now? Yeah, let me go double check. Let me see what the coin situation is for her on JP now. Well, actually, here you go, chat. There you go, proof. I do not hold a single USO at the current point in time. Which actually... Wait, why is there only one USO? Did you ticket her? Did I pull her with the SSR ticket? Yeah, I think that's why. Damn it. That means the first copy wasn't a USO. And it wasn't until we got the rainbow orbs that we got a USO. Fuck. That's even more hilarious now. I don't know how she does this to me. It just is the way it is, and it makes me laugh every freaking time. Like, she was like, "Oh no, I'm actually not your first USO, but now I am." She literally waited until the next pack, and the very first spin goes, "Rainbow orbs, motherfucker." Oh god. Okay, let's go look. Let's see how her coin situation is. I can't believe that crap. I can't believe that. All right, so I got 310. She is already 120 for me. She's only bond 10 on my JP. I have not bonded her to all hell and back, which is definitely nice. Let's see, the extra attack append and the crit append, and then I believe hers is Rider is what the third append is with her. Let me double check. Indeed it is. Rider's not really of any benefit to me. So we're probably going to grab the extra attack append and the crit append here. And then if we bond her up the rest of the way, that should definitely be enough coins to well, quite literally, yeah, I now have an NP7 saber. So I can't just leave things this way, chat. I have to lure these. I'm sorry. It is the way it is. Need 50 more coins for last spin? Yeah, that'll happen. I'm not worried about it. But like I said, this is just a case of like, oh man, I didn't even think about that. This would have, if I had had the extra attack append, that would have made that node even more consistent. Shit. If you guys remember, I was doing the Lotto node with OG Artoria, and like a 120 OG Artoria was like on the cusp, and it really only worked because I level 100'd the CE. I basically absolutely min-maxed the character. I put command codes on her and everything, and then it worked. I also leveled the Saber class score specifically for that node. Not that I wouldn't have leveled it eventually anyways, but I was just like, the time's right, let's do it now. I'm actually going to gain a benefit. And it did. It actually did change things for the node. So she became a lot more consistent at 3-turning it. Oh, like, I guarantee you my NA is going to be capable of doing this sort of thing. Because I have way more copies of Artoria on NA. Well, neither of those can be trashed. They are absolutely going in the second archive for, protected purposes. See, saber faces are an endangered species. Maybe not in the greater scheme of servants, but at least in the scheme of, like, they are each precious and valuable to me, so they're not getting burned. All right, let's go combine. And that wasn't even that bad, chat. Like, that was literally one roll into the second pack. Like, I had to buy a pack to roll. We almost got her in the first pack all the way to NP5. So way better return there than rolling Umu. I don't know why, but it just is what it is. Gataida, yes. Another NP5 Artoria, that's right. And like, again, so I've had people ask me like, oh, don't you need more like Salter coins and stuff? Chat, no, I don't. Not with the way things are. Like, I actually don't know how many Salter coins I have at the moment. But that should be enough, assuming I bond Salter. What the heck am I doing? There we go. Yeah, that should be enough, assuming I actually bond her. Do 120 or if need be. Yeah, so there you go. So you guys can see I have Salter's mana loading, which is the only one she actually needs, and I'm already at 260. So quite literally, just from bonding her, I will get the other remaining 40 there. So it's not going to be too difficult to do. Cat and Medea really do share the same brain cell, and it thinks of Saber. Absolutely. I have like 8 Osaka Behemoths. Listen, let's not compare numbers. I don't want to do that to you. I have an unhealthy amount of Johns. See, this is what also makes that original Valentine's Day story even more hilarious. John's a permanent unit, and I now have gotten spooked by her so many times since then that it's like, man, I probably never should have rolled for the original copy. What pissed me off was NA doing Fate Stay Night FGO right before the free ticket. I got the last copy of Arturia. I was so mad. That's why you took another Arturia, right? It is what it is, chat. Yeah, that makes Salter NP5 and Umu NP5. And the 4 stars are freaking annoying to do nowadays, so it's really, really good. Do I have Lalter NP5 on JP? I don't think I do. So she might be another one to watch out for when the Lancer day rolls around. I think I only have her like NP1 or NP2. Yep, NP2. And chat, you can see. So for anyone that accuses me of not liking Lalter, you're wrong. I don't know why people say that about me. People accuse me of not liking the altars and I laugh at their face usually. It's like, I'm just currently like, an example of this, chat. An example of this is, let me see. Is that the Saberface support? Yeah, there you go. So, chat, y'all don't get to see my NA Saberface support very often. Oh, I guess I can do this now. Sorry, my JP one. Y'all see my NA one all the time. People don't normally see my JP one. My JP one is perilously close to being able to be all 120s as well. Like, this is actually technically going to be a foot race to see who can do it faster, NA or JP. Because, quite literally, MHX was one of the few that I was missing. But, you know, again, people will be like, oh, you don't like the altars. I'm like, yeah, then what's this doing right here? Interesting. You have that many faux pas on JP? So you can see all of these are faux pod, that's 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 faux pod. Draco, I think, is currently getting faux pod. Yeah. I hope we get Summer Lalter. I do too. I really do too. One of the best variants for her Carnival Phantasm scene alone, yes. I didn't realize by how much. So that wasn't what I was talking about. The vast majority of those. So chat, I think it's Avalon, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's like April this year, maybe March. We are going to get, I think it coincides with the launch of Ordeal Call, is it? But like May. Okay, thank you. So May. We are going to get a huge influx of rare limited resources. This is things like crystallized lores, grails, and so on and whatnot. In that, part of them will be faux pas. Chat, allow me to explain this to you. If you have collected every single faux pas the game has currently given you on an A, the amount that you will have leading up to that is something like 2 years worth, okay? The amount you're going to get given in summary total is more than the total amount that has ever existed currently in the game. That's how much they give you. You literally like immediately get enough to do like 3 different units full of faux pas. Which is wild because at the time they give it out, you can't have even completed 3 units. So it's a huge deal. That's why I have so many faux pod on JP. As to like how many I can do, I actually let me go check here. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm in the process. I think that's the unlocker. I'm pretty sure I'm in the process of currently doing it with Draco. Yeah. La, 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 not you. La, la, la. There you go. So Draco. Oh, there we go. Draco's got another one complete. And we are in Prague on the third Draco Buster. That's for the total rewards I sent you some. Yeah, I remember you totaled those back for me a while back. What design do you prefer, Cinderella or red shoes? What do you mean, like ruby slippers or glass slippers? From Nikkei? I have no idea. I'm not a Nikkei player. How do you feel about auto farm, skip farming on FGO? Usually I'm not a huge fan of it. As much of a fan of it as I am in other games, in FGO, I like the fact that there isn't. I do feel like I'm not like heartless in that regard. I could understand the desire to have it, and I do understand that. I think like, especially when it comes to repetitive farming like in the lotto, there may be some quality of life that could be had there, but I worry that if you provide more quality of life, people will just farm more, right? Someone on Twitter was calling for it today, and he's just a troll. Yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is. The devs have already said they're not going to add that. So, like, usually whenever I get asked this question, I humor it some, but I ultimately just inform you guys that the devs' official stance is no, they will never do that. like, they have actually gone on the record as saying that. So, it is what it is, right? How many grails will they give out with the launch of Ordeal Call? I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me see what Avalon sent me. Looks like nine maximum. So it's like you literally get them for completing story. So like if you guys are not caught up on story, you will not get all of them at once. You'll just eventually get them. But yeah, like quite literally, you can expect this huge influx. Like you're gonna be getting 9 grails, 36 bond grails, 27 crystallized lores, 405 faux paw prints, which, like I said, is more than the sum total that you could have currently achieved in the game prior to that point, which is like wild if you think about that. Yeah, in general, like I've told people this before, I'm not a fan of using any sort of like botting or anything in the game. I'm gonna say if people want to do it, they can do it. Just like don't tell me about it. I don't like want to know, nor do I really want to promote it. They just want to have less farming of the same node. It's not the root of the problem, it's the symptom that people see. The root is too much grind, which is kind of funny because I'm gonna say outside of like the lottos, FGO doesn't have too much grind. Like it's really not bad. Like think about this, chat. How does a normal event flow? You log in, you do 3 runs at 40 AP, you log out. That's it. You log back in 12 hours later, you repeat this process. That is the normal flow of FGO. FGO quite literally only gets grindy during the lottos, and it's because the lottos are quite literally a however much you grind is however much you get event. So I don't know. While I understand it, I also just go like, it's not a huge issue. I'm also going to say this, chat. if you're not a fan of farming, why are you playing FGO? The game is 99% farming. It always has been. It always will be. That will never change. And gacha games are a marathon, not a sprint. So it's like, if you want everything now, stop playing gacha games. That's not how gacha games work, ever, in any gacha game. If you don't want to grind, that's not how gacha games work. Always, forever, every gacha game is this way. I don't understand it. I do understand the desire to have the grinding process suck less. I do understand the desire to have quality of life. But just being anti-farming is like, why are you playing the game? And like I said, there are people that like play FGO purely for like the challenge aspects. But I'm going to say this. I don't really consider that a sane way to play the game. And here's why. While FGO does have challenge stuff in it, if that's the only reason you're playing FGO, what the heck are you doing? Because it's not like FGO comes out with daily challenge quests. It's not like there is this like pervasive challenge that's in the game where it's like, oh, the game's like super hard. Like it's like, oh man, it's Dark Souls or something like that. It's like, it's not. It really isn't. Like, the game does have some fights that can be tough, but at least at the current point in time, they're not repetitive. So it's like, if we want to ask for that sort of thing to be a thing, I'm all for it. But I think playing the game as it currently stands, specifically just for challenge content, is kind of insane. Like, and this is, I don't want to take anything away from people, but min turning is, like, there is a robust min turning community. And what I'm going to say about that is not an intended way to play the game. The developers do not intend you to do that. That is players literally self-imposing their own challenge. To a degree, I would compare that to doing a Nuzlocke run of FGO. Can it be done? Absolutely. I've seen people do it. Is that an intended way to play FGO? Absolutely not. And it's the same thing to be true with min turns. So, like, I don't find perspectives based off Nuzlocking or min turns to really have any relevance to FGO proper and how it is intended to be played. I wish they did pop out a CQ every day. That'd be nice. See, I think some people would really like that. But I also think people like me would hate it. I like challenge content, but I don't want an everyday sort of like at that point it's a job, right? Like you're just like, oh great, I gotta log in and spend 30 minutes doing my challenge run today. There's just days where you just don't want to do that crap. So like, I'm not gonna say they couldn't have ways of doing it, but I think this is actually the problem that a lot of gacha games have compared to FGO. FGO usually does respect your time and just lets you go off and do other things. Other gacha games really want to like tether you to them constantly. They want to like constantly give you things that you have to do. Like I said, that's literally like my stance with Girls Frontline 2. Girls Frontline 2 keeps adding stuff to it, and I'm like, stop. Like, I like playing your game. The more you add to it, the more tchotchke things I have to go do every single day, the less enjoyment I get out of it, the more this becomes a job. And that's unfortunately live service model in general. And that is the major issue with live service model. Weekly CQ would be good. I think that'd be better, right? I think that would be a nice middle ground at least. Because I was trying to catch up on the story. Yeah, allow me to say this. I think, like, arguments about the grindiness of the game for people at endgame, if you're arguing that the game is too grindy for you at endgame, I'm going to laugh at you. If you're arguing that the game is too grindy for you as a new player, I actually understand that, and I think that's something that really does need to be, like, examined, right? And oh man, Chad, I'm about to say something really, really avant-garde here. This is why I think if the game progresses to part 3, I think all of part 1, Part 2, 1.5, and Ordeal Call should become non-required. That's right. I just said it. They should not require you to do literally all of this prior story. What do I mean? I mean, what they should do is they should make a part 3 story not dependent on all the prior parts. This would allow new players to start with part 3 and then complete parts 1, 2, 1.5, and Ordeal Call at their leisure. And what you can do is you can still have references and callbacks to part 1, but like an example of this would be, all right, chat, imagine we have rectified the Bleach Earth. We have saved the world not once, but twice now. Now, for part 3, we start a new, like, story where we're no longer on the Grand Order. Instead, like, I don't know, maybe we go off to the Clock Tower. Maybe we have the SEAL designation enforcers chasing us, and we're on the run. That can be self-contained and not require knowledge of the prior game. It would be helpful to know, but it could be something where it could be like, oh, hey, you're literally on the run because you saved the world twice and you're now considered a threat because of how strong and powerful you became, right? Like, that's really all they have to do. They can literally TLDR you and be like, you saved the world twice. So that would be a really good method for the game, and it would solve one of the game's biggest issues, which is that new players getting locked out of events that have in-game requirements. New players having so much crap they have to do really just as soon as possible in order to get caught up. So that would at least alleviate that a ton, and they could just kind of begin with part 3. Over time, this would build up, and this would become a problem again. But you could at least look at this and say, hey, you know what? We're turning over a new leaf. Now is the perfect time to start FGO if you never have before. And I think that would actually be great. I think that would give FGO a new lease on life to a degree. TLDR? Yeah. I'm saying, like, it doesn't even have to, like, summarize everything that happened. It can literally just be a, like, this is why you're on the run, and give a very brief explanation to it. Or they make part 3 about dead apostle ancestors. Yeah, I mean, like, there's any number of things. I'm just spitballing ideas, right? My hope is that part 3 is detached from parts 1 and 2. Because the problem that you have as a new player right now is the sheer amount of content you need to go through to get caught up. And that's where it's like, oh, is Fate grindy for a new player? Fuck yes, it is. Absolutely. I think that's absolutely true. Like, in that regard, it's really good because you have a ton to do, but in that regard, oof, right? And the whole reason I'm saying this, chat, is because another game that I used to play for thousands of hours had this very same issue. It's called Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV had a huge issue with this, and what they had to start doing is they had to start crunching a lot of the story and, like, literally reducing parts of it, because in order to get caught up, you had to, like, do all of the expansion stories, and it became a huge problem. WoW solved that issue by not requiring you to play any of the prior expansion stories, and so you could level up from, like, 1 to 70 from doing any content, and then the second you hit 71, you then had to do the new expansion. So, like, I think that was an eloquent solution. It's like, hey, do our most recent story, and then you can do whatever the heck story you want for this. However, the problem with the WoW system is, while it's fluid and it does allow for a lot of adaptability, it doesn't necessarily mean that anybody understands the story of WoW anymore if they're coming into the game new. So I do think that at least, like, still having the stories there for people to do and gain the rewards from, and that would be the incentive for doing it, by the way, chat. So, like, when we talk about all the rewards that you guys are going to get from Ordeal Call, all the rewards that they've added in the past, like, people would be like, oh, well, then why would anyone even do part 1 or part 2? That's why. There would be so much quartz, so many grails, so many, like, crystallized lores and stuff locked behind that. people would want to do it. And so again, like, will they read the story? I don't know. It, like, you already have people that skip story and don't read anyways, so you can't force them to read it. But it would at least mean that they would still go back and they would still do it, but they could do it at their own leisure without having to worry about it being a requirement for current in-game content. Replaying gacha games is tough. Props to the people that have alt accounts. Tell me about it. I didn't understand it even when I just started. Yeah. I hope we get some evil version of the protagonist story. Like something went wrong during Temple of Time Solomon. I just wanted to spitball an FGO story idea. You kind of already have that with the Cryptors. Not like a direct like mirror image parallel, but the Cryptors are more of a reflection of like, what if we weren't the protagonist? Like, how would they have fared? And this is where like these ideas and these stories of like, oh man, like Wodime would have totally like kicked all the Lost Belts ass. As you guys can see, he totally should have been the one that did it. And then like we get to LB7 and I'm like, ain't no fucking way. Wodime would have had no shot. like you can see there are points where you're just like, we are the only actual way that it works. But that's why the Cryptors are there narratively, is to present not only a potential antagonist, but also to be a reflection of a what if scenario. There'd be an incentive to get there for gacha currency, exactly. Fujimaru going to be the protagonist forever? I mean, I've seen people that are like, oh, Fujimaru needs to die. We need to give Fujimaru like some sort of vacation or something like that. I'm like, I don't agree with that. I think it's perfectly fine. But I will say this, like, does the story need to immediately go like 0 to 100 like day one of part 3? No. I feel like it would be much better served to have a slower story for part 3 at first. Cryptors don't got the Riz. We literally, like, there are two things that the protagonist has. One is charisma, and the other is quite literally like tenacity, like just willpower. We do not fucking give up. And that is like so much like the reason, like what everybody else has in terms of like talent and capability, we don't have any of that shit. We just have an unbreakable will and lots of riz. And damn, are we like, we are suave, chat. Yeah, we literally, the way to put this is, in D&D terms, we have all of our points in charisma and wisdom. That is 100% who we are. We don't have any fucking int. We don't have any fucking strength. We maybe have like a little bit of dex, but like nothing in comparison. Like if everything else is a dump stat and it's like an 8, we have like a 9 in dex. So it's like, meanwhile, our charisma and our wisdom are like 20 each. Charisma and luck? No, because I don't believe it's luck, right? Like, I think we will that shit to happen. We make it happen because we are smart enough to see the correct choice. We're not book smarts, chat. We're street smarts. The protagonist retains their ability to summon shadows in PPM. I could see them being hunted with ceiling designation. That's what, like, I think they've already dropped that hint before, and that's why, like, I've literally proposed that as a potential like story idea for a part 3, because God, that would be such a cool thing, I feel like to be able to be like, oh no, now we're the enemy, now we're being hunted, and now we gotta run, and we just like, we're running through, maybe we got like MASH still with us, and we got like the suitcase, and we're like, all right, I'm gonna start my own Chaldea with blackjack and hookers, and we're gonna tear down the seal designation enforcers, and we're gonna like literally try to solve all the world's problems while on the run. And then I don't know, maybe we stumble into like an actual Grail war along the way. I feel like all of these things are possible. Okay, this is yesterday's news, I think. Talked about Kichi Hogan. Talked about the Valks. I don't know why Seal and her there. Wait, why do I have this pulled up? I don't even remember going here. So we ended in March, right, chat? I think we finished right here. Just imagine the newcomer's reaction to Fate's Grand Order LB6 anime series. It would be Fate's own Freyrin. The problem with that is you need to actually understand what's going on. And I'm going to say that while like Babylonia was really well made, and like several of the other Fate animes have been, their biggest issue when it comes to anything FGO related is that they never spend enough time to actually give people the proper context. They just do some blurb of like, oh yeah, we need to like recover the grails to stop Solomon. Okay, cool. Why? Like they literally, I don't know if you guys like, if you go back and you watch the Babylonia anime, they give you that blurb. They never tell you like why Solomon is doing what he's doing and why we need to stop him. And I'm like, no wonder nobody like outside of the FGO fandom watches these. If you don't have any proper context, they just threw at you like, what are you talking about? This amazing king from like, you know, like Jewish and Christian history is just like evil now? Okay. What's his motivation? I don't know. Why are we doing any of this? What does this have to do with Babylonia? Like, why are we even here? Like I would immediately, if I were like an outsider looking in, watching the anime, I would immediately just start asking these questions and they would never get answered. And I would just be like, wait, so what the fuck was the point of all of this? Technically, Fujiwara doesn't supply the energy for his servant. That is true. So that would definitely have an issue. But maybe that could be the part 3 story, is maybe we expand our magic circuits and we actually provide that at some point. Like, maybe, like, the beginning of part 3 is some mage comes up and is like, take my crest. I need you to take it, Fujimaru. Only you can be trusted with it. And then like now you inherit some family's crest and you're actually like you have shit. You're actually a full-fledged mage now. Fate lore can lose a lot of people. I think they need more entry point series made. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Babylonia could have been that. They just didn't do a good job with it. So, if you're going to come out with an LB6 anime, it could absolutely be a Freyrin. If you explain it. If you don't fucking explain it, it ain't going to be shit. It's not going to be a Freyrin. It's going to seem like a shit tier isekai to some of these people. Like, just is what it is. Take my last Hamon, Fujimaru? Yes, exactly. Fate fans can't even tell newcomers which Fate series to start with. I mean, I can, and I think I have objectively the correct point to start at. It's just, it's not definitely in the best quality. So, like, a lot of people don't recommend it because they're worried that it won't appeal to people due to its age. And also, a lot of people don't recommend it due to the fact that they're worried that it's more of a like bastardization of the visual novels. Like, the objectively correct start point is to start with the visual novels, but plenty of people don't want to bother with that. So it's like, if you're dealing with an anime fan that never has read a visual novel in their life, telling them to start with a visual novel is not a good advice. Like, you're just going to lose the person if you do that. Release order remains undefeated, and pretty much like this has always been the case. If you want to understand the way a community thinks about something, don't watch it in whatever the way the community tells you to. Watch it in its release order, and that is the absolute truth. No matter the community, no matter what anyone says, you will think like the community if you watch it in the same order that the rest of the community did. And the example of this is, if you watch Star Wars starting with episode 4, 5, and 6, you have way more of a traditionalist viewpoint on Star Wars. Versus if you started watching Star Wars with episodes 1, 2, and 3, you think Anakin's the good guy. And you don't have like this idea that Darth Vader is this bad person. So like, you have a completely different viewpoint than anybody that started here. Because if you started here, you're used to this idea of Anakin instead being a tragic hero that kind of becomes a villain, and the villain still being the villain. But if you start here, you have this idea that the tragic hero is not tragic at all. They're a hero that gets subverted and they're still good in them. Which is hilarious because that's basically the viewpoint that Luke has at the end of the 6th movie. But the community doesn't think that way. With 0, you find out things you're supposed to learn at Heaven's Feel. See, I would say if you start at 0, like, you will find out certain things from all 3 of the routes. However, nothing will really be that apparent to you. Because I've seen people complain about that before. And while I do kind of agree with it, I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. I think, objectively speaking, 0 is not a terrible start point. It's just not like my recommendation. Prequels are always meant to be watched after their source, pretty much. I don't remember much from back then. That's fine. Here's how to actually watch Monogatari. No thanks. Release order is fine. Yeah, there's chronological order for Monogatari, is my understanding, and then there's release. And people have various different opinions on this. My advice would be watch it in release order, and then if people still are insistent, go back and watch it in chronological. Like, that way you get both sides. Like, Chad, if you love it, watch it again. Like, I don't think there's any problem with that, right? I'd say pick whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're gonna like it, you're gonna like it. If you're not gonna like it, you're not gonna like it, right? Okay, let us start the actual banner review again. This is gonna be part 2, technically. I do want to pull up one other thing on the side. Actually, I don't know, Avalon, can you send me it, the image of the roadmap specifically? Make it an hour special? Yeah. I mean, like I've said this, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. If they actually remake the Fate route into a proper, just standalone anime, nobody can argue not to start there. Anyone arguing not to start there is making their bias clear at that point. But without them remaking it, Fate has this like really shattered viewpoint. Yeah, what makes Zero hype is to actually understand basically everything that goes on in the original Grail War. Red Eye, thank you for the follow. Na, na, na. Yeah, I don't know if Avalon's still lurking out there. Let me see if I can find it myself. Oh, there we go. I thought we had a more concise roadmap image than this. Didn't we have like a square one, chat? We had a slide.
At all?
All right, there it is. There it is. Let me refill my water, chat. I will be right back just to get something to drink here. Okay, we're back. Yep, so this was early March, which is what I said. Ulam Harlot is late March. Ilias Castle is late April. And Mystic Eye Symphony is early June. I hate the word goomers. You mean gooners? Okay. All right, chat. All right, so we're going to pick up where we left off from the prior day with the banner review. So we basically started by talking about the Tales of the Chaldean Heavy Industries, aka the Chaldea Boys event for what will be NA's 2025. We're here in March. Again, this is probably going to start sometime early March, especially due to their roadmap that they gave out. Anime Japan happened around this time in JP. But you can see there was nothing really for it other than a live stream with some reveals. They didn't really actually kind of do anything. This was where they talked about class score and ordeal call coming up. And again, the Evocation Festival actually got announced here. So definitely all things to look forward to. They also revealed their Golden Week collab. They'll probably do a similar thing, but probably via like Dev Diary for NA. So again, I'm not expecting NA to actually have anything here. In the spring new Master Aid campaign here, we can probably expect to get something like that. This did come with an actual banner, though. You guys can see this is the return of the likes of Merlin, Artoria, and Gil, alongside Emia, Heracles, and Astolfo. Now, Merlin has actually had an upgrade on JP, turning him into a 30% charger. This is actually a hilarious upgrade, if you ask me, because he really didn't need it. I've seen people that have said before that he did. Merlin, even in spite of this upgrade, whether he had it or not, would still be a very, usable and amazing support to have. Merlin has for a long time been one of the strongest supports in the game. He still is that to this day. He is absolutely phenomenal for challenge content, for sustain, for keeping the party alive, keeping them healed, keeping them charged. He is excellent at all of those things and gives you a ton of stars to boot. So again, Merlin is definitely a great pickup for you. We do have Proto Merlin now on NA, who is sort of his arts equivalent. So he's a little bit more relegated to Buster comps, but he can still be used in arts comps and is still a really, really solid option to pick up. He is a limited unit, so if you're trying to get your hands on him, this would not be a terrible time, albeit we do have a lot of other interesting units coming out this year. Arturia, I think we basically talked about her back during the the Valentine's event, so you're probably fine with that. Gil, still to this day, a really, really, really solid AoE archer. He's still basically anti-servant, is a 30% charger with a ton of firepower. I pretty much still see people to this day asking for like Ishtar and stuff to get a buff. I don't necessarily think she needs one, but the reason for people asking for that is because of Gilgamesh and his overall strength. And again, Gilgamesh still kind of stands supreme as one of the best AoE archers in the game. What he lacks in loopability, he can kind of brute force thanks to the Koyanskaya meme. So I do think he's still very much in a good spot. And basically any deficiency he could have can be easily made up by virtue of surrounding him with good units or giving him a better craft essence. So to me, Gilgamesh still a really solid option for people to aim for an AoE archer. You can see this is going to be how the banners are actually going to work. Again, should you roll here? I think this question is going to be asked of every single banner. And in this case, I could say if you have your eyes set on Merlin or Gil, it may not be a bad one. Gil historically has had a ton of rate ups, but we're going into an era where he really doesn't have that many anymore. So it's up to you to determine if you really want to roll here. Just keep in mind you are headed towards the Lotto event coming up earlier in the year and the collab events that'll be happening during Golden Week. So both of those are going to have, again, potential interest for people. So up to you to determine if this is the right banner for you. But I do think the units here are at least strong. This should also mark the 2800 days anniversary. NA will probably get this a little bit earlier since our server started basically a month prior, so you could expect it roughly 30 days earlier than JP got it. Looking at this, you can see it's just, again, that you're just going to get more quartz for it, so it's perfectly a nice thing, but nothing really to talk about in terms of the banners. Looking at April, this is when they got their April Fools event. This was just a release campaign, basically, for their baseball event. NA will very likely not get the exact same April Fools event. NA normally has their own stuff. And realistically speaking, there is like nothing here for us in terms of banners or anything like that. Some really cool and good artwork, though. I hope they do bring it to NA. Honestly, I'd rather they did stuff like that than actually coming up with our own. But again, I think it's definitely a cool thing, but we'll just have to see what NA gets in that regard. Taking a look at the Evocation Festival. So I already have a video basically explaining what the Evocation Festival is, but it does have some summoning campaigns in conjunction with it. Just basically to give you a TLDR, your Evocation Festival is actually going to end up being what amounts to the old main interlude system. That is to say, this is going to be how you guys from now on are going to acquire your welfare units. And it's a very easy system. You're going to be having evocation leaves that are added both to like daily logins and stuff, as well as event shops that you'll be able to acquire. As you get these over time, you will be able to exchange them for quite literally the servant themselves, all of their additional NP copies, and all of their ascension items on top of all of their coins. So you can get a ton here. What won't be represented is any amount of coins that you need to get from Bond, but basically this is everything that you would need to potentially purchase for a welfare. This could also be used to complete any welfare that you have that is incomplete for whatever reason. So it is a very, very nice system. Now, not every welfare will be available right at first, but the feature is a permanent feature. So again, you can see with the very first Evocation Festival here, you're going to be getting Kentucky Rider, basically Shootin' Caster, and then Ket's Ruler here are going to be the first 3 offerings. But they will keep adding more to them throughout the year. This is just the first one, and basically it's a really nice campaign to be able to acquire them. You will also get essentially like double the experience rate for them as if their event was actually active at that time. So it's a very easy way to level them up and get a whole lot of benefit out of them. Taking a look at the summoning campaigns here, you guys can see we start out with Kentoki, Shootin' Doji, and Kets. Kets was on the Valentine's banner, so we don't really need to talk too much about her. Shootin', though, I can definitely say she still deals decent damage. She has had some upgrades in that regard. And they've also buffed her 3rd skill to have 30% charge, which is definitely viable for her given the fact that she is an arts unit with a 1-hit NP. So this does make her actually loopable, and it does help her out quite a bit. I do think she could maybe take another look at this point from the developers, but Shootin' is definitely a very strong unit still, just maybe not the strongest in terms of the AoE assassins. But again, she could be a valuable unit to your Chaldea. Kentoki, on the other hand, I do recommend taking a look at. He is a single target berserker, and while we do have another very strong one coming to us new with Summer this year, Kentoki is a decent option in spite of her due to the fact that he is single target, 50% charge, and buster up. This does make him synergistic with the buster comps. However, the biggest issue that he's going to have is the 2-turn duration on his attack up, so it is going to be a little bit of an issue with regards to his staying power. Kentoki also doesn't really have a whole lot of survivability, so it's definitely going to be a problem for him. One thing that he definitely excels at, though, is damage, as he does actually have the capability to really just one-shot units or their bars. Again, a lot of this in conjunction with the NP interlude he's already gotten, so he's definitely come a long way. Watanabe as a definitely decent 4-star. He is permanently available. He is anti-demonic and Oni, which is really, really nice for him. He's also, again, just going to be a solid buster option, but he's not necessarily as crit-centric as someone like Rama is. So compared to Rama, they're very similar units, but what he trades is a little bit of that crit power for a little bit more damage consistency. Taking a look at Ibaraki Doji, she honestly could use some upgrades at this point in time. She doesn't really have a whole lot in the way of survivability, even though the devs have kind of put defense up in there as well as a cleanse. I think the devs think that that's kind of enough for her, but realistically speaking, she's relatively squishy still, and her damage is not necessarily the best amongst the 4-stars, but it is at least nothing to sneeze at. Martha Ruler could also probably use some attention. She's actually a fairly solid unit kit-wise. She's a ruler, so she has natural survivability due to that, but she definitely doesn't have that hard survivability to get her through an NP or something. What she does have, though, is she has debuff immunity. She also has 100% power mods to Demon, Undead, and God, I'm trying to think of the third one there. What is it? It's Demon, Undead, and something else. But basically, again, Martha Ruler is just a solid, singular buster, Oonga Boonga one-shot unit. Divine, thank you, chat. She is outpaced, though, quite a bit now at this point by the likes of, Ojo-san, who goes, whose name I cannot think of all of a sudden. Estrella, thank you. God, thank you, chat, for bailing me out. Estrella is another 4-star single target ruler, and Estrella is anti-evil. She's arts, and she just absolutely kind of overpowers Martha at this point. Martha could definitely use another look at, especially given the fact that she's a year 1 limited summer unit, so very hard to get your hands on her. If you do like her, this would probably be a decent time to get her, though we do usually have summer units going on right up around summertime, so there may be another shot at her later in the year. Again, taking a look at this, you guys can see the actual banner schedule. There's really no CEs on rate up. So again, your prerogative as to whether or not to roll. Taking a look at summoning campaign number 2 here. We basically have Minamoto no Raiko, who is limited, Ibuki Doji, who's a limited saber, and Bradamante, who is a permanent lancer that we have already talked about via again, Valentine's Day. We've also already talked about Martha Ruler here, so we'll talk about the remaining units. Raiko, as we already mentioned a little bit earlier when talking about Arjuna Alter, is a unit that for a long time has kind of gotten the short end of the stick. Raiko's NP damage was never really bad. She also had very solid niches, both anti-demonic and then Sky and Earth traded servants. So that's always been really her wheelhouse. The problem that she has had is overall her capability to kind of pop off damage-wise due to only having 2 Buster cards when most other Berserkers like her have 3. And then also a little bit her capacity to get to an NP. Now, this was somewhat mitigated by her having a second arts card, but the biggest problem that Raiko had was as time went on, other units got charge skills and Raiko didn't. This year, Raiko will be getting a 30% charge skill that will allow her to operate within the Koyan Skya system very fluidly from a 50% starting charge standpoint. So Mama Raiko gets a whole heck of a lot better. She's definitely going to be somebody that's going to be rivaling Arjuna Alter in terms of damage output, particularly when her niches are in play, and her niches are very frequently in play due to the wide variety of them. So I do think Mama Raiko can be a good pickup, or if you're somebody that already kind of had one and you're just maybe looking to get additional MP levels, this could be a decent opportunity to do so. She will be paired alongside Ibaraki Doji Lancer. The biggest issue that Ibaraki Doji Lancer has that she's kind of a crit unit, but relatively uninspired when it comes to that. She has very much the same issues as her Berserker form, where she doesn't really have a whole lot of survivability, and her kit is kind of disjointed. So I don't think she's necessarily the best pickup. I think there are a lot better single target Lancers of the 4-star variety, including Mama Raiko's 4-star Lancer version herself. But again, it's up to you if you want to try and go after her here. Ibuki Doji as a Saber, when she first came out, I think didn't get a whole lot of fanfare, but as we started to look down the line, people began to respect her a lot more as the Buster system came into the game. Interestingly enough, she kind of has gotten outpaced a little bit, but this is more due to upgrades to other AoE Buster Sabers, as well as just the general arms race that the Saber class has. I don't think she's a bad unit, but her primary niche at this point is anti-undead, which is not a very common one to have. She can still be a solid option for you as a 50% charging unit, but again, it's up to you to determine if she is your go-to choice. She is a limited unit. She does not get a whole lot of banners nowadays, so this may be a decent opportunity to roll for her if you don't otherwise find a good opportunity for her. Chiome here is a permanent 4-star single target assassin, and she has come a long way thanks to a lot of buffs from the devs. She is definitely a lot more serviceable nowadays, having charge and still being able to curse meme on people. If you're someone that likes playing with dots, or you just want a single target charging arts assassin, if that sounds like a good thing to you, Chiome's your girl, and she is definitely a solid option for that. I do think she's a very, very serviceable and usable 4-star at the current point in time. Okay, so with that being that, here is your banner schedule. You can see the pairings basically. So again, definitely interesting options here, but just like the first banner, there is no actual craft essence rate up here, which can have its own benefits. Just to kind of briefly talk about that, if you like the idea of having rate up craft essences from events and getting those, that's perfectly fine. But sometimes you want access to some of those older CEs that you maybe don't get a good shot at because there is a rate up craft essence from an event. So things like Black Grail, Kaleidoscope, you name it. This is usually one of the better times to try and go for them. They're never properly on rate up themselves, and they never have been. But usually the best time to try and get them is when there is no other rate up craft essence. So things like these campaigns, or again, story chapter releases, are usually the best time to try and get your hands on them, even though there is no actual rate up for them. Okay, so that is Evocation Festival Part 1 in a nutshell there. Again, you could expect this probably a little bit earlier than it shows here. So probably something like late March for NA. Here we start to get the pre-release campaign basically for FGO Arcade. Again, the way that JP is, or sorry, the way that the dev diary basically portrayed this is that this should be coming the actual proper event in late March. So you can see just how early we will have shifted by this point in time, that this collab event will be happening a whole entire month earlier. This is again due to the shift that NA is going to have, but either way, you can expect this pretty much in mid-March then as a result. Taking a look at the pre-release campaign, you guys can see just some rate-up craft essences that will be available. Taking a brief gander at them here. Nothing too much that's jumping out as an amazing option. So it is what it is. These are kind of just bonus CEs there. And then you guys can see there are event bonus units that are going to be available in this campaign. Well, sorry, not available, but basically just they will actually be what gives bonus for the arcade collab. And this is also going to be where Leonardo da Vinci gets her strengthening to her overcharge skill. This makes it way, way, way more consistent. As you can see, again, she gets NP charges by 2 stages, 1 time 3 turns, grants them gut status 1 time 3 turns, increases their defense for 3 turns, and increases their NP damage. So that's always been a nice thing. This is a targetable skill. She can use it on herself. So it's really, really nice in that regard. And then this is also where King Hassan got his upgrade. I don't remember if we already have this one on an A or not, because I know we got one of them early. I don't remember if this was the one. But basically, this is a charge to his own NP gauge. And again, it's basically going to reduce the instant kill resistance and increase the buster performance of his 3rd skill there. So definitely a really, really nice one. We shouldn't have this one. Okay, good. So again, like definitely some nice strengthenings there. They had a live stream for this and they had a proper summoning campaign. Now, chat, this is where we get to talk about Tiamat. And I'm going to have a lot to say about her. So skipping over her for a brief moment here, let's talk about the other 2. So again, you're going to have Da Vinci on rate up and the old man of the mountain, King Hassan himself. Da Vinci herself is a decently powerful AoE caster at this point in time. She is outpaced a little bit, I would say, by the likes of like Aiskin Tonalico, as well as maybe even some of the welfares. But I do think she holds up quite well. She is still a very solid damage option. Her biggest issue is actually her refund numbers. She can automate a good portion of it, just like her Rider form, but she does have a one-hit arts and P, so that's something you need to be careful of. You can make her 3-turn, though, thanks to the fact she does have 50% charge, so it is what it is. Taking a look at Old Man of the Mountain here, he is still a very, very, very difficult to kill single target buster assassin. He also has instant death chance on all of his attacks, not just his NP. So there is that value there. I have seen people do meme instant death kills of just about everything under the sun with him. However, don't expect it to work on high health boss enemies, or again just servant enemies, as they have very, 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 very low death chances. That being said, it's low, but it's not impossible, but I just don't recommend trying to get it to proc. But that being said, he's still a very, very strong single target assassin. He's gotten a lot of upgrades over the years, and it really shows, as he now has quite a bit of charge in his kit, as well as just the still staying power to stay up due to a very, very strong gut skill that he has. Again, you guys can see the banner structure here, with it being Tiamat first, then Da Vinci a couple days later, and then King Hassan a couple days after that. Now, let's actually talk about Larva Tiamat. Okay. So again, this is the arcade collab. So with this event, we basically ended up getting a lot of the units that arcade had, that people had been saying, "Honore arcade" for years, and being like really salty that the arcade version of the game just had a lot of really cool designs and units that people wanted. Tiamat comes to FGO, and Tiamat is a glaring example of the developers just wanting a unit to be strong. That is not apparent from the actual attack skill. She's an alter ego in this form, and you might be thinking like, oh, well, alter egos aren't necessarily that strong. To me, alter egos have always had a very wide niche. Places that they could be used are plentiful, and the fact that she has even decent attack power is already to her benefit. She does have at least decent HP to offset that. Star attribute here, again, the 44 NP charge attack. Not really going to matter too much given the fact she's a Buster AoE unit. Taking a look here, you guys can see she has the double Buster, double Arts deck with Quick there. And again, looking at the actual active skills, and I'll do a more proper analysis video for her later in the year. But you guys can see she has the ability to charge her own gauge 50% right here on a 6-turn cooldown. She can also inflict recovery block to an enemy, which is really, really strong. And again, basically, she can improve her own attack for 3 turns. Again, in a Korean Sky system, it's on a 6-turn cooldown that's going to be doubled up. Same thing with the Buster effect here. Both of these 30%. Has a chance to stun the enemies, but who cares? The curse damage there on top of that is just icing on the cake. And then the third skill here is basically a party-wide heal, which will offset the demerits basically that Korean Sky impose on the party for HP, and then a charge of the party's HP gauge by 10% here. The wild thing about this is not only does it increase the party's NP damage of 20%, it's that the cooldown for the skill is on 2-turn duration. So you can, realistically speaking, double this skill up within the same turn at no real penalty to yourself. This can definitely be done on a 3rd turn type of scenario where you shift things, but due to this skill, this is what actually makes Larva Tiamat into a Black Grail looper. So while you won't think this skill actually has that much effect, it really does, and it's a very, very powerful skill due to that, because this turns Tiamat into a monster for damage, and she is one of the game's strongest units for that. You can see she has a 6-hit AoE Buster and P that removes her own debuffs, deals damage to all enemies, and then skill seals the enemies for 1 turn after the damage goes out. And she has an overcharge effect that's Buster up of 30% that stacks over 3 turns. I gotta be honest, I don't know what the heck the devs were thinking when they did this. They made this unit absolutely crack. And if you don't think so based off the kit, trust me that when it comes to the damage numbers, Tiamat is one of your best damage dealers in the entire game. So just looking at this objectively speaking, Tiamat is such a strong unit that every single person should consider whether or not to get her. I'm not going to tell you that you have to get her, because you don't. In fact, I am living proof of that. I do not have Tiamat on my JP account, and I have been perfectly fine. In fact, I find that a lot of the things that Tiamat tends to be useful for, other strong AoEs can handle, particularly units like Kukulkan. So I've told people that when, again, advising them on who to roll for the upcoming year, they need to ask themselves whether or not they need these units, and they should probably consider getting at least one of the two between Kukulkan or Tiamat. And that reason is because, again, both of them represent such an insane jump in damage in the game that they are really worth your time to consider. It does not mean you have to have them, but it does mean they are strong enough that everybody should take a look at them. Again, if you don't like Tiamat or you don't value this kit somehow in some way, shape, or form, that is perfectly fine. Like I said, you can definitely play the game without her. But to give you guys some perspective on this, Tiamat is so strong that she threatens some of the knight classes in terms of her actual damage output. What does that mean? That means that Tiamat, as an alter ego who doesn't even deal effective damage to the knight classes, threatens them for their actual niche. That should never be the case. And it's exactly why I say Tiamat was probably made a little bit too strong by the devs. It's one of the glaring instances of power creep in the game, and it's one of the things that the devs are actually going to have to try over time to correct, as they need to buff units, and they have been doing so basically over the past year to try and offset things like this. So, is Tiamat a gotta have? No. Should you roll for her? It'd probably be a good idea here, as she does not get a whole lot of banners. The rolling for her right here in this pre-campaign, if you do have a mind to go after her, this is going to be one of the best times to acquire her. I do recommend it Again, assuming that you actually want her. If you don't, it's perfectly fine to skip and maybe wait for the next unit that's going to be coming from the actual event. And we'll talk about that here next. All right, so with that being the pre-release campaign done, we actually get Lilim Harlot. Now, Lilim Harlot is going to have a new welfare, basically Satanta, aka Young Ku, 4-star, single target, quick saber coup. Now, again, Satanta, just kind of talking about him briefly, he's actually a pretty capable unit, kit and card-wise, but he's not necessarily going to be your strongest option at any given moment. It's totally up to you. I've seen people that really like Satanta that can use him extremely effectively, but have also seen the comparisons to other units just in terms of raw damage and overall kit performance. And yes, there are ways that other units can be stronger than him. So I don't think he's necessarily like the end-all be-all. In fact, there is another welfare that will come out in the next year that is going to probably surpass him to a degree. So taking a look at him, I do think he's a quality option, but he's not necessarily somebody that you really have to hard invest in. And again, he's a welfare. You're going to get him for free, so level him up. It is what it is. Taking a look at the actual summoning campaign for this is just going to be kind of a normal event. But you can see we're going to get 2 new units here, Sodom's Beast Draco as well as Locusta. So let's open up both of them. I'm actually going to start with Locusta, but just real quick here, taking a look at the craft test, it says, Great Mother, actually not a bad one. It's all attack scaling, NP gain, buster up, and NP charge 2 times 1 turn. It's a little bit disjointed. I don't necessarily recommend making this your go after CE, but it is not a terrible one with regards to how it actually works. Also, another interesting honorable mention here to mushrooming, a 4-star CE that has all attack that improves the HP recovery rate of the unit that has it equipped. So it is at least a decent option if you have a lot of self-healing command codes, or again, a lot of sources of healing going after that particular unit. Taking a look here at Locusta. Locusta is going to be a limited 4-star assassin. You guys can see Locusta is basically an arts single target. So that is going to be, again, an interesting thing, given the fact that we just talked about Chiome. She is a rare, newer unit that actually has a triple arts deck, and she is a unit that a lot of people meme just is Kanoku Nasu. If you see the NP animation, you'll know why. Taking a look at the actual kit here, you guys can see she inflicts poison for 5 turns to enemies, increases her own arts performance basically by 30%, and her own NP gen by 20% on a 6-turn cooldown. The second skill here grants herself guts 1 time 3 turns, reduces her own damage taken with the damage cut there, and then grants herself a poison recovery buff for 5 turns that literally converts her own poison damage into healing. So it's an interesting thing. It does have a limit to how long this can go on, but given the fact this is a 6-turn cooldown means you could probably just keep reapplying this relatively with a lot of frequency. Her third skill here charges the entire party's NP gauge by up to 20%, so there is some value in that, particularly if you're trying to get, like, say, Castoria to her NP or something like that. And then it's going to grant herself a debuff on attack for 3 attacks, 3 turns that will inflict poison with 500 damage for 3 turns to the enemy whenever they normal attack. It's also going to have a 500% chance to inflict that. So again, it's not really going to be able to be avoidable, but it will inflict it to herself for 1,000 damage for 5 turns. So while this is a little bit spicy, as this could really begin to stack up, keep in mind this poison recovery trait will convert literally all of this into healing as long as the poison recovery trait doesn't wear off. So as long as you're cognizant of how you're using the third and the second skill, Locusta has some decent poison memes that are capable there. She also has an increase to her poison debuff success rate there. Getting to her NP, as you can see, what's the theme of the day? Poison. So again, she is going to keep inflicting poison, 500 damage for 5 turns to the enemy before damage goes out. She'll then deal damage to the enemy, and then she will deal super effective damage to enemies that have poison based off the number of poison stacks. You can see that is up to a maximum of 10 stacks, and it will also inflict the toxic status that increases their poison damage by 100. So she is a very poison-centric enemy, and she is a living example of how the devs can design an actual dot unit better to deal more damage, as she can definitely pull that off. She also has an overcharge effect that increases her own art's performance for 1 turn of 10%. So Locusta, a decently serviceable option. Her biggest issue is that she is limited, so if you maybe don't complete the number of copies when rolling for Draco, it's totally up to you to decide if you want to roll for more, because at the end of the day, she might be surpassed by some of the other permanent options that you can get NP5 of. So again, completely up to you, but I do think that Locusta is a very serviceable option. Now, talking about Draco, I feel much more comfortable putting Draco in the 4th or 3rd Ascension here. So just briefly doing that for everyone, Draco is a very interesting unit at this point in time, having used her quite a bit now on JP and having a 120 version of her myself fairly recently now. I can definitely say that Draco has some issues. That being said, Draco is a very, very strong unit still, and I really feel the need to stump for her, as I think NA has started to get this idea that maybe she is not that useful. The reality here is you have what amounts to a berserker in this unique beast form. So again, she is the game's first ever beast servant. She is unique due to that, and she is different than any other beast that will come out, as we already have proof of this with Summer Erish that has come out since. But basically, Beast Draco here is what amounts to a berserker without any of the demerits of a berserker. That is to say, again, Draco will deal effective damage against every single one of the base 7 classes. What she doesn't have is the ability to do that to extra classes, but that's not the biggest of issues. I do think it has become somewhat of an issue, as Ordeal Call has a tendency lately here to focus on the extra classes. But I think as FGO progresses as a game, they will get beyond Ordeal Call, and Draco will still be extremely strong whenever you're facing any of those base classes. Taking a look at it, you can already see just right off the rip here, this is a very, very high attack stat. She doesn't have a whole lot of HP for a 5-star, but that's not a huge concern. Really, her major concern is actually going to be right here. You see, Draco is a single target arts unit with a triple buster deck. To me, this is her biggest issue that she faces, is the fact that she has the gorilla deck that you expect for, again, carding and damage there and berserkers almost. But she's going to trade that by virtue of automating a lot of her charge. So it's not a huge concern, but it is something that does crop up from time to time. Again, the hit counts are all stellar there, so taking a look really at her active skills, let's start out by seeing exactly what's going on. So you can see, just notice you're going to see a lot of 6s in these skills. It just is the way it is. You're going to charge your own NP gauge by 10% every single turn for 6 turns. It has a 7-turn cooldown at max rank. So again, you're not going to have 100% uptime. But you will have a whole heck of a lot of uptime with this. You're going to increase her own critical damage by 6 times. Again, 30%. Now do note, this is not 6 turns. This is 6 times. It's still enough that you probably won't care, because again, this should cover you for literally 2 whole iterations of her deck, but it just depends on, again, what you're trying to do. This will reduce also her damage taken for 6 times right there. So again, a little bit of survivability. Her second skill seals all enemy skills for 1 turn. Definitely a nice effect to have on a skill. Inflicts burn for 3 turns of up to 5,000 for her. This means she's going to be really usable with things like Honey Lake. That'll also provide her with invincibility pierce. It's going to give her that easy access to that 40% power mod, and again, free up maybe some of her cards to use with different command codes if you want that effect. So this is really, really nice for her in that regard. She has a 500% chance to also charge their NP gauge by 1. So again, this is going to be the big issue that you're going to have. You need to be careful with how you use the second skill in a challenge scenario. But just like how we've seen with other skills that have this same demerit, the easy way to do it is to either kill the unit before they ever get to their NP, thus not having to worry about it, or to simply just go ahead and use it once the unit already has their NP, thereby granting them no benefit as the charge goes nowhere. So again, you can look at this and you can see she's also going to increase her own attack for 3 turns by a whopping 40%, all on a 6-turn cooldown. But this is not all that's here. As you can see, she will grant herself a holding the Holy Grail status for 3 turns. Taking a quick look, you can see it grants extra buffs from her 3rd skill, and it is treated as neither a buff or a debuff, which means it cannot be removed. Taking a look at this, you can also see she has an increase to her own buff removal resistance on her 3rd skill by 100% for 1 time 3 turns. This is just absolute. You do not need to level the skill to gain this effect. When she has the effect from her 2nd skill, though, she will increase her own damage against dragon and Roman enemies here by a whopping 40% each. She will also gain crit stars every turn for 3 turns, up to 10. She will also grant herself debuff immunity 1 time, and then ignore defense for 3 turns, as well as increase her own healing received for 3 turns, as well as increase her own NP gauge for 3 turns. What does this mean? This means without cooldown reduction memes, Draco literally charges herself 30% charge per turn based off all of her kit. So again, while Draco does have some issues with her deck in terms of getting back to an NP, she certainly doesn't have it with her actual kit, as a lot of it is automated on a long duration that you can keep repeating. The biggest issue for this skill, it is also a 7-turn duration. Again, something like the 5th append, really helpful for Draco. She does get Authority of the Beast, she does get Independent Manifestation, and she does get Nega Messiah to improve her own debuff success rate by a whopping 500%. Taking a look at her Noble Phantasm, and actually real quick here, just to note, she does have an anti-caster 3rd skill append here, which further goes into, again, her ability to deal effective damage against the base classes. And actually, just to show you this here, allow me to expand this. As you can see, against Berserkers proper, she has 2 times effectiveness. Against the 7 base classes, she has 1.5 times effectiveness. She is neutral to all other classes, and then 0.5 against basically the extra classes. So don't really take her against the extra classes. It's not worth it. They are also way more effective against her, but you can see she is quite literally going to have a huge swath of units that she can be used effectively against. So taking a look at that, you can see her actual NP is a single target 8-hit arts NP. This is fairly good for refund. So again, she won't complete loop just based off of this, but she will get very close, so much to the point that her charge per turn will probably do it for her. And you can see she's just going to deal damage to 1 enemy, but then, oh wait, what's that? She's going to deal extra damage to the 7 Knight Servant enemies. Basically 150%. This is a super effective modifier against, again, the 7 base classes. So she was already 1.5 times effective and now gets the 150% modifier against it. Yeah, Draco is definitely strong against them. She can absolutely be your Swiss Army knife. She's going to be a lot more effective against proper servants because, again, that's what that means with the 7 Knight servant trait there, is it does need to be a servant enemy for this to apply. But even if it doesn't, she's still going to be effective against the unit, just not full effectiveness otherwise. So again, Draco has a ton of scenarios that she can be really good for. Some of the things that you guys might see Seal doing nowadays where she crits through a wave, Draco can also similarly replicate if she gets the right cards. So not necessarily as strong as someone like Seal in that regard, but way more of a swath of effective units and nodes that she can be used in. Again, I do think her stocks are a little bit down right now due to Ordeal Call, but they will rise back up again. So if you're taking the long form approach, Draco is absolutely a monster that will continue to be one. If you're looking at her in the short term, Draco will fall off a little bit over the next year. But don't worry, she will still be good during the current year that she comes out in. So ultimately, at the end of the day, do you need to have Draco? No. I'm going to say she is in the same vein as Kukulkan and Tiamat, one of these really strong units that's coming out this year. Should you consider her? Absolutely. Every single player of the game should consider whether or not to roll on Draco. Do you have to have her? No. Is she essential? No. Is she a unit that, again, will help your account? Potentially. This is something why I say to consider her, just the sheer amount of situations that she can be used in. I do feel like at NP1, she can struggle a little bit. NP2 is a little bit of a better number for her. This is just due to the nature of some of the 90++ content that has been out there. But ultimately, at the end of the day, she is still a very good damage dealer. So, to me, personally, I advise you guys at least to consider her, though she will get quite a bit of comparison to another unit coming out this year that is basically who I like to call Zerktoria, aka Artoria Caster Berserker. That name sounds like it's me butchering it. That's her actual name. So just don't worry about it. We'll get to her when we get to her. All right. So that is Lilim Harlot. Again, that should be coming late March for you guys. Oh, sorry. That was just the first banner. We've also got the return of Lady Avalon here. Now, Lady Avalon is another really, really awesome unit that we just talked about a little bit when we were talking about Merlin. Just quite literally imagine Merlin and everything I just said about him earlier. Only arts. There is a little bit more difference to it than that. She does max HP up instead of actual like per turn healing, but there is a little bit of benefit to that. I do think she is a unit that scales extremely well with additional NP levels. If you get her at NP1, she's still serviceable, but she is extremely strong if you get higher NP levels of her. Do you have to have her? No, but she is a very quality option for challenge content. And again, works really well with things like the Invincible comp, allowing you to have sort of an arts version of Merlin for the Invincible comp rather than needing Merlin proper. So it is a really, really nice unit to pick up. Jack de Molay, still a really awesome AoE quick foreigner. She has had some love given to her. She does have a little bit better damage in the face of this now. And again, she can be a 50% charger for you. So I still think she's a serviceable option if you like her. If you're not too bullish on the oh man, that was driver failure. Uh, Give me 1 second, chat. I had to like kill the recording there. Man, I'm really I am really, 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 really glad that I'm having this video edited, because that would have totally tanked that, like, today's entire recording, if not. Let me fix the capture card here, because it was frozen. I don't know if chat could tell, but it was frozen. So edit, yeah, that's gonna have to be an edit. I'll literally start over with everything I was saying for Jacques de Molay there in order to like actually, you know, like have some overlap there. Now, Jacques de Molay, on the other hand, is a really good 50% charging AoE quick foreigner. I do think she's come a long way due to the upgrades that the developers have given her. She is still a decent option for you, and definitely somebody that, if you like the idea of a quick foreigner, can definitely be good and serviceable for you. But again, not necessarily a gotta have. She is a limited unit, so it is what it is. Guildcaster, still again a fantastic AoE arts 4-star caster. He has a lot of star gen memes to him, but he's actually come a long way both as a support with his party-wide charge capability now and self-charge, as well as, again, just a actual devoted AoE caster damage dealer. So again, another one to consider right there. And you guys can see this is the way the actual banners will work for the second summon banner. Looking at the summoning campaign number 3 here, we already talked about Nightingale basically with regards to again the Valentine's event. So Shisho is a fantastic single target lancer. She had a major issue basically with regards to her card performance. It's not that her cards were necessarily bad, it's that the NP gain on them was, and that was the biggest issue that she faced. The developers have recently given her a buff that has actually helped out with that a ton, so she is in a lot better state due to it. She still doesn't have a whole lot of charge in her actual kit latently. I feel like she could probably use another upgrade still, but it doesn't necessarily have to come in the damage department. That being said, her damage overall is very nice, as she does have the anti-divine and anti-undead power mods of, again, 100% each, so really, really strong there in terms of her capacity. Taking a look at the 4th banner here, you guys can actually see it's Mordred, Jack the Ripper, Umu, and basically Lulter. Now, the interesting ones here are actually less so the 5 stars and more the 4 stars, and I'll talk about them in a second. Mordred, we already actually, Mordred and Jack both already got talked about at Valentine's Day, so I guess we can go right in on the 4 stars. Lulter is a story-locked 4-star. Same thing with Umu. So getting your hands on them is actually very difficult most of the time. And again, this is an actual devoted rate-up for them. They are 4 stars, so they do not get a whole lot of them per year. And you can see the rate-up schedules that each one will be paired essentially with a 5-star unit. So again, up to you to consider, but this is a rare solo rate up for each of these units. So if you like the 5-star they're paired with, it can definitely be a good option. Lulter herself is still a very hard-hitting AoE Buster Lancer, and Umu is herself a decently hard-hitting nowadays AoE Art Saber with a lot of survivability. So again, both of them can be really, really decent options for you. But again, a lot of people prize them due to their popularity as characters, as well as the fact that they are story locked and difficult to get your hands on. So again, should you roll here? Totally up to you, but this can definitely be a decent time to actually grab a 4-star. I do believe we will have a 4-star ticket this upcoming year, but I think that may be a little bit up in the air for NA, because I don't remember if we got that one early, but it is something to consider when thinking about rolling for 4 stars. Okay, that's going to be the Lilim Harlot event now in proper summation. Let's go to the month of May here. So starting off here, we're going to get Evocation Festival Part 2. And again, Evocation Festival Part 2 is going to bring us 3 new welfares. So basically, Saber Liz, Caster, 4 new welfares. Saber Liz, Caster Liz, Archer Nobu as well as Mixa. And Mixa is definitely the more like newer of the welfares to actually come in at this point. So it was a little bit of a surprise to see that, as at least prior to that, the first round had been much older welfares that had been presented. There was a new strengthening added here for Liz, basically giving her, again, as an actual caster, sort of a interesting mechanic as she gets more charge per turn, the ability to apply heal to herself, and the ability to remove one recent buff from all enemies, as well as the Happy Halloween effects that are here, including the ability to gain 20% charge for every debuff on the enemies. Brave Liz here got, as far as I'm concerned, at least a decent upgrade for once, as this was an NP interlude that did help out her damage. She really needs that third skill adjusted, in my opinion, but ultimately this just makes her a little bit more usable. And then Nobu actually ends up getting a proper upgrade as she gets, again, Buster up to all allies and MP strength up to all allies, really helping out her NP damage that had been a major problem with her. Taking a look at the actual summoning campaign proper here, you guys can see we've got Okida basically coming in, MHX, who's a relatively rare unit, Nobu Berserker, Vlad III, Liz Lancer, and basically Mysterious Heroine double X alongside. Talking about each of the limiteds and ignoring Vlad since we already talked about him. But basically, Okida here is a really, really solid single target saber. She unfortunately did not get an NP interlude, and I do not really like the way they upgraded her first skill. It is an upgrade, it is a buff to her, but it's a little bit kind of odd as it sort of incentivizes you to pre-card her NP rather than post-card her NP, which most people tried to use Okida actually due to her insane card performance. Okida is a very solid, quick unit, and again, her card performance is absolutely stellar. So a lot of people used her to fire off her NP and then loop back with crits, which is definitely something that she is capable of doing. So pre-carding the NP kind of went counter to that. Still, she is a very, very solid option for a single target saber, and I wouldn't recommend ignoring her if you need one. So again, she can be a really good option for you, but do keep in mind the Evocation Festival coming out this year is going to give you a ton of welfare options in that regard, including single target sabers, so it's up to you to determine if you actually wish to roll. Mysterious Heroine X is, as mentioned before, a very rare unit. She does actually have very decent firepower. Her kit is extremely wonky and disjointed, but it does have some effective uses, and a lot of it just includes steroids at this point that just really help her damage pop off. Her biggest issue that she has at this point is the way the first skill for her works, as due to the delayed nature of it, it can cause some issues with the stun, but that's neither here nor there. To me, the biggest issue that she actually faces is, again, the lack of charge. So that's going to be her biggest problem that she has going forward in the face of several other competitors like Kama and King Hassan that now have it. But again, she is still a very serviceable option for you should you so choose. Nobu Berserker is a 4-star Berserker. She's single target. She does not have a whole lot in the way of survivability, nor does she really have any charge, so to speak. But what she lacks in that, she makes up for in anti-divine damage, and she does have a triple buster deck to really help her pop off. So again, she can be also a decent pickup given the fact that she is a limited. Mysterious Heroine Double X down here is also a very decent option for your single target foreigner. Yang actually finally just got a buff that really helped her pop off, but prior to that, if you really wanted a decent single target foreigner, Mysterious Heroine Double X was a very serviceable option due to the fact that she had threat against humanity, as well as the fact that she had 30% charge and self-survivability. Her biggest issue is her middle skill and the fact that it actually has just a demerit when it comes to her ability to soak her own stars. That skill really needs an upgrade, but otherwise she is still a very solid option for you. Liz Lancer, she is a permanent unit. A lot of people have her at this point in time. While her AoE damage is just kind of okay, the biggest thing that a lot of people will use Liz for is her actual skills. That is to say, her defense down as well as her sadistic charisma that grants not only a charisma to the entire party, but an extra charisma to all females in the party. So it's a little bit of a double up feature that allows her to do quite a bit of supporting firepower where she maybe takes out a wave and helps other people. She can definitely be a decent tool for your arsenal, if not, again, maybe being used as something like your main AoE Lancer. So at least she has some uses in that regard. Again, you guys can see the actual pacing of the banners there, and that's basically going to be your Evocation Festival Part 2. Taking a look, now we've reached the Ordeal Call pre-release campaign. I think based off the roadmap that the developers have given us, you can expect this quite literally as predicted to be in early May. I think this is pretty much when it's going to happen. We actually are going to get, again, a little bit of a shuffle here, as the Ilia Castle event will likely occur before the Ordeal Call pre-release campaign. So expect the Lotto then into the pre-release campaign, but it may, function still in the same order, as this is not when Ordeal Call itself actually properly releases. So they still have a little bit of wiggle room, so we can definitely see what the developers try to do with something like this. Taking a look basically though at the pre-release campaign here, just to start with, you guys can see what this is going to do is it's going to have a main story AP reduction campaign, allowing people to get stuff. And again, get stuff done. And again, it's going to be the return of the sort of blue prisms, as I like to call them, the spirit vein stones, that allow you guys to have another shot at any of the events. There is a summoning campaign in association with this, and you can see it's going to include some rare units. So you have an opportunity for Anastasia, who we already talked about with the Valentine's Day event, and Ivan the Terrible. Ivan himself actually is a very strong AoE Buster Rider. He's a 30% charger that works well in the Korean Sky system, and he has decent damage already, but adds into that with his ability to buff strip enemies, which can definitely be useful in certain challenge applications. He also, oddly enough, has pretty decent NP gain should the situation demand it. So again, he could be a very, very decent option for you. Dobrynya is a permanent 4-star AoE Rider. I do think they gave her at least an upgrade that helped her some, but to me, she still needs a little bit more of the upgrades to make her a little bit more usable. I do think she is still a very cute option, if nothing else, but she's definitely not one of the better AoE riders at the current point in time. Atalanta Alter is a single target quick berserker, and definitely has a little bit of firepower in her. What she really lacks, though, is overall survivability, as well as just really charge. So again, that is one of her biggest concerns overall, but she can still be useful to you both as a star generator as well as somebody that can actually kind of pop off if you manage to buff her correctly. Again, Vika Braun here, nothing really to write home about as a permanent 3-star caster. He still does decent NP damage and has 80% charge in his kit, but ultimately not necessarily going to be people's first choice to invest in. Salieri here is, however, a story-locked AoE Arts Avenger for a 3-star. So he is at least a little bit of a rare commodity. Don't expect him to do, again, like top damage or anything like that. And his looping is a little bit suspect. You can definitely make it happen. Just be careful of the times limitations on his arts up. But again, he is an interesting one due to the fact that he is story locked here. To me, honestly, I don't really advise rolling on the spanner. This one to me feels like a lot of bait prior to some of the other ones. And again, maybe a good skip after the, again, the actual like Lilum Harlot collab. Taking a look here, we actually go into this year's first Lotto event. Now, this one's going to be interesting as it will be coming late April, as you guys have seen via the roadmap. So It is coming a little bit earlier than JP had it, almost by a month. And it is interesting because, again, it's another early in the year lotto, just like Tesla Fest was for us. Thankfully, unlike Tesla Fest, this one will not throw 31 different challenge quests at you. This one instead is a lot more metered in that regard, and its challenge quests are very much forced in terms of what you can actually bring to the node. So it makes them a lot more like easy to complete experience, which probably doesn't please the challenge community, but definitely pleases the farming community that wants to get the lotto farmed and has other challenge quests that have rewards there. So in that regard, it is a nice thing for those people, but it is an interesting lotto nonetheless. Just to give you a brief peek in here, looking at the actual lotto info, you guys can see what your materials will be here. It's going to be pages, night metals, chains, fangs, and bones are going to all be present, as well as the usual lineup of things. Though keep in mind that after box 11, you lose things like the gold and silver apples from here. So it is what it is, but there is a lot to be gained here. My general consensus advice is don't just farm the lotto just for the embers. The boxes are unlimited in lottos like this. So if you've never done a lotto before, they're usually the time to burn your apples in FGO. It's usually a great time to actually farm, and quite literally, however much you put in is however much you will get out of these sorts of events. This does make them very grindy, but it does make them extremely lucrative and rewarding. But again, as long as you're getting multiple things out of this that you like, including things like the mana prisms or the FP, all of this can be really, really valuable to you. Taking a look here real quick, though, at the actual summoning campaign for the event, you do have our first AoE quick assassin of the year, and really our second SSR in this category ever. As you guys will remember, we got Huyan Zhou in the prior year, whose name I probably just butchered. But Kashin Koji is basically going to be your Spider Girl. She is, again, AoE quick. She has, as you guys can see, 11.6k attack there. Nothing too much really to write home about, and even maybe possibly a concern, given the fact that we are an assassin. But honestly, still not a bad attack stat for an assassin. The HP value is the anemic one, though, and probably a little bit more for concern. She is a rare quick unit nowadays that actually has double arts in the deck rather than double buster. So in that regard, she does have a little bit more capability for refund via the cards. She has party-wide invincibility for 1 attack, 3 turns, the ability to self-charge 30%, as well as a 20-star bomb there on the first skill. Her second skill here increases her own quick performance by 30% for 3 turns, increases her own attack by 20% for 3 turns, and then basically gives her an effect where she will charge her own NP gauge whenever she normal attacks with quick cards. In that regard, making her a triple quick servant would have probably been better, but it is what it is. You just have to trust the devs on these things. Again, though, this will also scale with the ability and can scale up to 10% gauge whenever she uses a quick card on an enemy. So definitely something that can be useful to you. There's a chance to bound, which is a unique form of stun that's not affected by normal stun resistances. Again, this scales up to 100%. This does not mean it will occur every single time. It just means that an enemy will probably have to have some form of actual magic resistance or debuff immunity in order to stop this from landing. She can increase her own critical star absorption, increase her own critical damage for 1 turn. And again, as you guys can see here, she has basically quick up of 6% in her actual skills there, but really otherwise nothing too much to write home about. Take a look at the Noble Phantasm. It's an 8-hit AoE quick NP, deals damage to all enemies, and has a 40% chance to instant kill them. This is not a particularly high chance. Don't rely on it, especially not against, more powerful enemies, as it is very unlikely to land on them. She also has a chance to bound literally with her NP, and this can activate before the damage goes out. And then it will deal extra damage to enemies if they are bound. So again, the bound chance is only 60% base, but if they are, you are literally going to get a super effective modifier with her. This, to me, is one of her biggest issues, as it does make her damage somewhat fluctuating. You can't necessarily guarantee that it's going to land, and so if you have a high health enemy that you really need to land it against, my advice is use the third skill that has a 100% bound chance on it. But otherwise, this is at least somewhat of a concern with her. And to me, on top of that, she also ends up having a little bit of a concern with regards to her overall refund, with only a 0.5 NP gain rate, even though she does have an 8-hit quick NP. This is a little bit one of her concerns, and again, I've talked about it basically before, but this is something to watch out for with her. In my opinion, I actually don't think Kashin Koji is one of the better, assassins out there to roll for. I do think she needs a sort of strengthening or an interlude at some point to give her a little bit more of a fighting chance, as she has really just kind of received nothing since she came out. Hopefully the devs take another look at her this year and we'll see where they go. But as of the current point in time, I don't really necessarily advise rolling for her, but it's totally up to you. If you really like her design, you really like her kit, she is certainly usable and not someone that you can just go like, oh man, she's really bad. Instead, it's just one of those deals where there are so many good units this year, it's tough to actually really advise you guys to take that risk on her. Kato Danzo is going to be also on this banner. She is a story locked unit in and of herself. Kato Danzo definitely has at least had an upgrade that's really helped out her damage performance. Still, though, she does have a lot to be desired in that regard, really kind of lacking the charge that some of the other units have. She is AoE buster as well, so this makes her at least somewhat difficult in that regard. She does have damage niches that help her out, and she does have survivability at least. That is kind of one of her strong suits, is that both of her survival skills are actually targetable. But other than that, for actual general purpose use, again, she can be used, but not necessarily the strongest unit. And then Fumakotaro just is your, 3-star AoE quick option in that regard. Taking a look at the craft essences from the event, Princess of the Fine Clothes, not really anything too much to write home about. Really nothing here is of your noteworthy value at that point. Taking a look at the second summoning campaign, we have Ilias Veal and Miyu being added in. Both of them limited units. Ilias Veal is, honestly, at this point, she's come a long way. She's a 50% charging, single target buster caster. So you can definitely get a lot of firepower out with her. She's not going to be anybody that's going to be like a Black Grail Looper or anything like that, but you can at least start her with 50% charge and make her 3 turns should the need require it. And she can start with Black Grail at least for 1-shot damage, so you can manage to get some really good numbers out of her. Miyu, on the other hand, I still think has some issues with the overall selfishness of her kit, but they have at least addressed the major concern of her NP and how it works. She is a decent option as a support, but more of a party and star generator support, as well as an attack up support, less so as a charge support or anything like that. So she's not going to be a conventional support in that regard. She is a relatively rare unit, though, so if you feel the need to try and get copies of her, this is going to be your opportunity to do so. And then your third banner here is also going to have Miyu on it, as well as Kato Danzo, and it's going to be paired with Seatonai, another single target arts alter ego. She definitely pales a little bit in comparison to Melt. She has at least gotten some attention finally, but to me, she could use still a little bit more. I feel like at this point, Melt just almost completely outclasses her. And so while she is in a better spot, I do think she still needs some upgrades. She is story locked, so you're not going to be able to get spooked by her normally. So if you really like her, you just like the idea of a single target arts alter ego that can potentially loop in that regard, this is a decent time to pick her up. Though you do need to be careful of, again, the upcoming anniversary as well as summer units that are getting close at this point. So again, that's going to be the Lotto event. I do think the Lotto event for a lot of people is probably going to be a skip in terms of roll, but if you do like the new units on Raid Up, or again, you desire some of the older units that are here, this can definitely be an option for you. To me, not the strongest of opportunities to roll, though. Taking a look here, we also have a Nerofest Battle in New York 2022 summoning campaign that they kind of pulled back in. So for NA, this would be the 2024 summoning campaign in a weird way. But you guys can see this is going to be the return of Umu Bride as well as Umu Caster. We also have Tesla and Edison. I already talked about Tesla during the Chaldea Boys one. Edison, we haven't really talked about. He's a 4-star AoE arts caster, and honestly, what he really lacks in damage, he makes up for in utility, as he has a very unique kit with regards to overcharge and charge and some of the things that he can do there. To me, he's not necessarily a gotta have, but he can definitely be a fun unit to experiment and run things with. Umu Bride, as I don't remember if we've already mentioned her before now, but she is definitely a very serviceable, very flexible option when it comes to supports. Actually, I think we did already mention her. But again, she's 30% charge, 45% in P gain, 50% sky power mod that she can provide to the party, as well as healing, as well as defense up, as well as 40% attack up for 3 turns. If that sounds like a good deal for you, let me tell you, she's excellent at facilitating looping. So again, she could be a decent option for you in that capacity, or just as a single target Art Saber for you for actual damage output. Umu Caster has gotten outpaced by Ace and Tonalico at this point, but thanks to the 5th pin, she actually can get back to her 3rd skill nowadays, so she's in a little bit of a better spot thanks to that. Still, again, not necessarily top dog in terms of damage, but she is one of the top dogs at least, and still a really, really good serviceable unit as a 50% charging Buster AoE caster. Okay, and let's see. So basically the same event Cs as before, which there's nothing really to write home about there. So again, that one is just sort of a one-off campaign. This Advanced Quest Part 15, I do believe you get yet another MLB craft essence here. I think this is quite literally when we can finally MLB the bone one. I believe you could MLB the dust one before this, but this should be the 5th copy of the bone, again, craft essence for you guys there. Again, you can expect this to basically shift forward a little bit, but it is what it is. Taking a look at June here. Now, keep in mind the way things are shifting. You guys could expect this instead to occur basically in somewhere like early to mid, like May is probably when you guys can expect this campaign to actually come out. I'd say a little bit more towards the mid side of that. But again, Ordeal Call release is going to definitely have some impacts. This is basically where you guys are first going to get storm pods. You want to make sure by this point, so by mid-May, that you are caught up on story if at all possible. The reason why? You are going to start getting 3 storm pods a day. You do not want to miss out on these. These are only given out 3 a day, and they quite literally cap out at 9. So you can't go more than 3 days without running the storm pod nodes. And that's exactly what they give you. They give you access to these unique nodes in the Ordeal Call interface that are way more lucrative than a normal node. So you definitely want to make sure you do them. There's excellent bonding opportunities here, excellent farming opportunities here. So make sure that you use your storm pods every single day. And the fact that you get 3 a day works perfectly in conjunction with, again, your sort of daily requirement to do 3 quests to get the tickets and the mana prisms. So I highly recommend, if nothing else, that you do that day. Even if you're making blue apples, at least do your storm pods once they come out. And you'll see there's usually going to be 1 or 2 nodes that are kind of going to be the best nodes for you to do. I'll try to kind of put out a video around that time advising you guys on how those work, and again, what to kind of watch out for. But the idea here is pretty much not to like fall behind on this, and make sure you're actually caught up on story so you can gain the benefit of these. There's also going to be the class score system coming into the game. I already have a video explaining that, but I'm probably going to do yet another video talking about that, a little bit more of a like highbrow viewpoint of giving you overall strategy for the class score system and what to maybe prioritize. So again, class score is going to be a really, really good thing for a lot of people. It's going to allow them to further enhance their units even more. You guys can see this is where a lot of stuff's going to come in. I'm not going to bother to talk about it because, again, this is something that I will put out further upgrades for. It's also when the master level increases. And again, basically, you're going to get a Noble Phantasm upgrade as well for MASH at this point, assuming you have caught up on story. So there is quite a bit here in terms of actual releases. This is, again, also, I believe, when we are going to be getting quite a bit of new materials added to us. Essentially, you will have Ordeal Call 0 out at this point in time. This will be basically your prologue to Ordeal Call. Again, it will not be the first of the actual singularities for you to do, but it will at least be a prologue that will unlock. You guys can see it will come in the form of this sort of white thing, this white bar that's going to be appearing after LB7 for you. Okay, so with that, then we have the actual proper Paper Moon release on the same day. Now, like I said, expect this probably mid-May. It's, I think, the best time that you guys can anticipate it. And you can see, based off the campaign info here, you guys are going to get some login bonuses, some limited time rewards, some really, really nice thing. 0 AP for main quests from Arc 1 and Arc 2 up to LB6, and then quarter cost basically for LB7. Again, really, really nice that they give you this opportunity. Also a 2x great and super success chance when leveling up servants, but only if you've cleared the Ordeal Call prologue. So this is, again, they're going to give benefits and incentives to people that are actually up to date on story, including half AP Ember Gathering, but only for those who have cleared the Ordeal Call prologue. So if you need more incentive, please catch up on story by mid-May. Otherwise, you're going to regret it. Taking a look at the summoning campaign that's going to come out with the Paper Moon pre-release. You guys can see this is going to be the return of Nito Alter, Kukulkan, and again, Tlaloc here. So if you guys didn't roll for them the first time around, this will be another opportunity to go after them. If you maybe don't care about the Ordeal Call 1 units, this can also be maybe another benefit to you to try and roll for Kukulkan or Nito Alter. Again, both of these units do have their own solo rate up, basically, with each one having a pairing with Tlaloc. So for those of you guys that really like Tlaloc, easy opportunity to get additional copies or coins for her. But again, it can also represent another opportunity, another banner. So this is why, like we said, the issue with rolling for Kukulkan on the outset, as well as Tiamat, is that basically both of these units are eventually going to get other banners. It's up to you to determine if this is the right time for you to roll. But ultimately, at the end of the day, both of them are very strong units, and it really bears worth your consideration as to whether or not to roll for them. Do I think rolling here as opposed to the initial release is smarter? Personally, no. I think it's probably better to roll in the initial release where it's further away from some of the other more lucrative banners, but it is up to you. Again, this is kind of going to be sandwiched right in between the Lilum Harlot collab event, as well as, again, Anniversary and Summer. So it's kind of in a precarious spot, but if you like your chances, feel free to go for it. Okay, and then we have the actual chapter release here. Sorry, yeah, that's my bad. So this was the Ordeal Call release campaign with Storm Pods. This was the pre-release campaign for, again, Paper Moon. And this is the actual Paper Moon chapter release here. So here is the actual chapter release. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it. We are going to get some new materials. We are also going to get class score unlocks here and basically new permanent craft essences added. Just taking a quick look at some of these, I think you can see the real interesting aspect to that is, again, finally some new 2400 attack power CEs being added to the game. You can see at MLB here, you're going to have 15% buster up, 20% critical damage, and basically 200% star absorption. Not wild about the star absorption, but certainly a 2400 scaling CE with both of these effects is definitely strong. And then taking a look over here, you can see same deal, only it's arts. So again, some really, really powerful stuff there. Even the 4-star at least has basically attack damage up. So some interesting aspects with these craft essences. Again, there is going to be a new trailer basically for this stuff, and you are essentially going to have, again, a broadcast probably around this time for NA. There will be multiple summoning campaigns. particularly involving Bhima and Duryodhana here on the outset. Bhima is a very interesting single target Lancer at this point in time. You guys can see he is Buster single target, which is at least somewhat of an odd addition at the current point in time due to the status of the overall Lancers. But we can talk a little bit about that when we actually get to doing his proper video. Again, you guys can see Bhima has at least fairly good attack. He's got a double Buster deck instead of a triple Buster or anything like that. And he does have double quick. Looking at his active skills, he gives himself Guts Up, charges his own gauge by 30%, which is definitely strong. It's going to allow him some sort of automate ability, as you will be able to 3-turn with him should you choose. And he's going to also have Debuff Cleanse there. The second skill is going to increase his own Buster performance by 30%, give him crit damage of 30% for 3 turns, and then grant himself stars. And his third skill will increase his own attack by 30% and then grant him an on-buff effect that he will basically increase his critical damage whenever he uses quick cards, and he will gain stars whenever he uses Buster cards. So again, definitely interesting, and you can see just pretty much every single one of his every single one of his skills either increases his charge or increases his damage. He is poison debuff immune, which is another interesting little aspect to him. And again, you can see his NP is a 5-hit, though you do see a little bit of an interesting effect there. He's going to increase his own critical damage by 50% for 3 turns before each NP. He will remove the enemy's buffs as well before he NPs, so stopping Bhima is very difficult, and he will deal damage to them. To me, this is actually probably the strongest effect that he truly has, but you can see he will also deal further additional damage to them if his overcharge is stage 2 or higher. This will also change his animations. Again, interestingly enough here, you can see, unlike Arash and Chingong's NP, Bhima's Noble Phantasm at overcharge rank 2 through 5 will always trigger 5 more hits, regardless of the enemy being alive or dead. Additionally, there are no overcharge hits at overcharge 1, unlike the aforementioned servants, which means that Bhima doesn't generate an extra 5 hits for effects like star generation. So it is what it is. Bhima can at least be a very decent option for you damage-wise, but I do feel like ultimately at the end of the day, he's not necessarily a gotta have. To me, he doesn't really do too much that's actually unique other than, again, the buff removal before his NP. I do think that's his strongest impact, but it's up to you to determine if he's the single target Lancer of your choice or if you have other options that you would prefer. He is story locked, so that is another interesting aspect to him. He is not a limited servant. And then we have Duryodhana here, who is also story locked. Now, Duryodhana is another really, really interesting one as a berserker. You guys can see he is Art's AoE berserker. So definitely interesting in that regard. However, don't expect him to rival some of the 5 stars in that sort of aspect. He doesn't have a triple Arts deck, nor does he have a triple Buster deck like you would expect a berserker to have. He just has a hybrid, almost like Mama Raiko's deck. So you can see he's going to charge the party's attack for 3 turns by 20%, increase the party's critical damage by 20%, basically give himself Arts Up and critical damage for 3 turns of 30%, and gain himself 15 crit stars, which is definitely nice on an Arts unit. He's also going to increase one ally's critical star absorption, which at 5,000%, you better bet it's going to be him. Because again, he is a berserker. He is going to need all of that absorption. He's also going to gain critical stars every turn for 3 turns by 20, and then charge his own NP gauge by 10% every turn for 3 turns, as well as reducing all enemies' debuff resistance. I do feel like Duryodhana is at least a very serviceable enemy, but you can see his biggest issue that he just already has based off the kit is that his only charge that he does have is charge per turn. So in other words, looping with him, definitely something you can do, but again, not having the self-charge means it's going to limit the capacity to which he really can. He's going to deal damage to all enemies. He's also going to have a chance to reduce their quick, arts, and buster resistance by 20% for 3 turns activating first. This is not a guaranteeable effect unless you use other units. So again, I do think this is an interesting issue there. Oh, sorry, no, it actually is a guaranteeable effect there with the debuff resist down. But again, it is what it is. I'm gonna say at the end of the day, Duryodhana can be useful to you as an AoE berserker, but I don't really recommend him as your go-to one. There are a lot more stronger SSR ones. He's just kind of another also ran, a decent option to pick up, but it's up to you to determine if this is a unit that you actually want to go after. The issue with both of the new units here is that they're story locked, so you're not necessarily going to be guaranteed to get them. Otherwise, you're going to have to actually roll for them if you want them. Again, we already talked about the permanent Cs, so moving on to summoning campaign number 2, we have Kama, Lanling Wang, Jilda Ray in both their forms. Kama is, again, to me, if you can only have one single target assassin, she's usually the one that I advise people to pick up. Very good in challenge content, very good in just general application, boss killing, or farming. Because again, she's got 50% charge, she has unexpiring guts, she has overcharge, and basically has a nice scaling overcharge that lasts for multiple turns. So to me, Kama is a very, very good option for your single target assassin, should you so choose. Lanling Wang is a, I'm going to say, situationally decent, like, arts buff support. He can be useful, especially if you need buff success chance. To me, that's kind of his major deal. But ultimately, at the end of the day, he's not going to be like the most meta of supports or anything for you. He is serviceable, but I don't think he's going to be, again, a gotta have by any stretch of the imagination. Jilda Ray Saber, I can't say little enough about, and Jilda Ray Caster is, even though his performance is not altogether that good, he is at least a fan favorite and a story-locked unit, so it's very difficult for people to get more copies, other than the additional one they probably did get of him. Taking a look at summoning campaign number 3 here, we have another new unit. So we have the return of Duryodhana alongside her, but we actually have Durga. So talking about Durga here, the way to understand Durga is imagine Jarcher if she had less refund but more damage. And there you would go with what you kind of have with Durga here. Durga basically has really high attack power. She is a 5-star AoE arts archer. And you guys can see, even though her NP charge rate is rather abysmal for her actual effects, she at least has high hit counts to help balance that out. She has a 50% charge skill here that overcharges the party's NP by 1 stage, 1 time, 3 turns. Definitely helps out in sort of multiple damage dealer setups, or again, basically invincible / immortal comps. Totally up to you how to use her. If you want to use her as the devoted looper, or again as a piece of the puzzle, again, she works in either. Her second skill here is self-invincibility, 3 attacks, 3 turns, giving her some stellar survivability, as this will absolutely function in a Castoria comp. And she also has a sort of tricolor buff for 3 turns here of 20% to each of the card types. Her third skill here is a increase to her own NP damage for 3 turns by up to 30%. Again, this will be sort of modifiable by way of Oberon, should you so choose. Also, the ability to change all of the command cards that she has currently in the deck to arts cards for 1 turn. So what does that mean? It means that if you have no cards of Durgas, it won't change anything, but it does also mean that if you have an entire deck of Durgas, you would have an entire deck of arts cards. So it functions extremely similarly to Artoria's ability to switch all of her cards to Buster. It's the same deal, just arts in this scenario. She also has Invincibility Pierce for 1 turn, so again, she at least has this baked into her kit. Again, you can see quite a bit of nice passive skills being added here, including an arts up. And again, her NP is basically AoE 8-hit arts. That is absolutely stellar, given the fact that she has relatively low hit counts, or sorry, relatively low NP gain rate otherwise. You can see she'll increase her own damage against enemies that have Sky Attribute for a nice 50% power mod there. This does mean that this will impact cards after her NP and not just the NP, since it is a power mod. She'll deal damage to all enemies, then reduce their defense by 20% for 3 turns. So if she's looping over the same enemy, she'll begin to hit them harder, though not the first NP in that regard. And then her overcharge effect is that she deals extra damage against demonic enemies. So again, demonic and sky right here, with demonic being the super effective modifier. Given the fact she does have overcharge in her deck as well, you're definitely going to have the capacity to get a little bit more firepower here. So Durga is going to be a very serviceable option, especially to those of you guys that never got your hands on Zenobia or never got your hands on Jarcher. Do I think you have to roll? I think she is one of the stronger units that's going to be released this year. That being said, in a year that's going to be pretty much dominated by a lot of the extra classes, Durga is going to be a little bit of an odd man out as a archer. It doesn't mean that she's bad. It really, if anything, she's actually insanely strong for her damage output, and she's actually putting pressure on some of those other looping archers to get some buffs. So to me, Durga is a unit that a lot of you guys should pay attention to. If you don't already have a good option for your AoE archer, she is somebody that you really need to look into, particularly if you want a looping variant of one that is somebody that's actually going to refund back. Durga can be your girl. She'll work really, really well in those scenarios. So again, I think she is somebody that you guys should consider. But ultimately, at the end of the day, whether or not you roll here or whether or not you delay for a later date, Durga will have other banners, so it's totally up to you to determine. Basically, that's it for the Paper Moon chapter release, aka Socio 1, aka Ordeal Call 1. So that's going to be it coming out again right there pretty much in early May. Okay. Chat, we're going to wrap things here. Because that's just oof. That is a whole helping of analysis that I've had to do. You did so well against those songs. What songs? It's really funny. Whenever I'm recording, I basically tune out your songs. Unless you guys redeem something truly cursed. And I want you guys to think about this. If you get me to skip your song while I'm recording, damn, you fucked up. I'm not pleased with you. That's all I'm gonna say. Is this NA or JP banner? This is upcoming for NA. This will be this current upcoming year. This is basically what banner review is me going through all of the options. Okay, chat. Again, PSAs, 2 PSAs that I have to make. 1, I will be doing a collab for Marvel Rivals with Chaldea Gurus and some other content creators on Thursday. Hope to see you guys there for that. 2, I have a new VOD channel where all of my YouTube live streams will be going. So if you wish to watch me live on YouTube, you need to go subscribe to that new channel. It is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat currently. For those of you guys over on that side, make sure you click on that link, go subscribe to it. Because quite literally, if you come here tomorrow, I will not be live streaming on that channel tomorrow. From henceforth, I will be on the new channel in that regard. And I've done this because, again, YouTube and its algorithm does not like live streams, and it actually impacts the normal algorithm for your normal videos. I think that's stupid. I wish it didn't do that, but that's just the way things are. So I'm going to be like a lot of other content creators, and I'm going to create a separate VOD/live streaming channel. So you guys can, again, go check me out over there. Okay, let's go ahead and wrap things up here. Let me see who all is on tonight, who all I can give some love to. I am seeing no one. No, I'm just kidding. Let's go give Mr. Fox some love. He is playing some Fate Extra CCC edition. And I will be back tomorrow to destroy my voice further. The beatings will continue until my morale improves. But again, thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed. And I hope you guys at least find the banner reviews interesting. Again, it'll take us some time to get them out properly. I do have to get them edited and stuff, but it's definitely something that we're going to be trying to get out here relatively fast. So again, hope you guys enjoyed. Go give Mr. Foxforce my love and have a good one.